Nice to meet you, you piece of shit. Shmelia X, thanks for the sub gift, Shmelia. I don't know if you're a dude or a chick. Your font is pink and your name could go either way. What up, Gaxi? What up, Cheesy? What up, Robin? What up, X-Has? What up, Connor 3000? What up, KB? What up, Robin? What up, Neanderthal? They have been. What up, Galaxy? What up, Looter Mascooter 39? What up, Ash? What's up, Emma? How you been? What up, Sharon? What up, Justin? Poppy? What up, man? What's up, everybody? What up, Alyssa? What up, Danny? What up, 815? What up, Cinema? Vince? Karate Master? What's up, man? Thank you for 4 months. What up, dudes? Notice you? What's up, Connor Blaine? What up, Miss? What up, Cats? What's up, Stinky Beef? What's up, baby? I see you. What up, Ryan? What up, Screecher? What up, Probably Smoke? What up, everybody? What's up, Nasty? What up, Dono 3D? What up, Knights? What up, Jason Damon? What's up, Scopes? What up, Young? What up, Swallogy? What up, Wilson? God damn it. Motherfucker. What up, Wordy? What up, Miss Kitty? What up, Wilson again? War Ready? Cal? Soap? Clover? God damn it. What up, Adam? What up, Dan Snow? You do something in my ass. Cam, what up, everybody? I'm trying to say hi to everyone. What up, OG Jared? What up, Simples? Rip Danny, 3 months. All right, go to the next one, dude.
Okay, the next one is, dude, the Trixie, who was spamming free Bames, you sperm Diablo. I think we're telling Bames to remod
What
himself.
up, Death Force? Yeah.
And he has one of the thickest Google Docs I've seen to date.
Yes.
With a Venn diagram to accompany it.
Rep Danny, man. Rip Danny, thank you for the 500 bits, man. I appreciate you, man.
I guess.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
All right, should we share the Venn diagram now or after?
After.
Okay, dude, this thing.
Yo, Rip Danny. Thank you for the 500 bits, man. I appreciate you, man.
Hey, it's titled My Retard Life Part 25 by Detrixie. To the Top G Aaron. Date January 28th, 2022, although that was last year, it is now 2023.
So wait, what?
He has the wrong date on it.
Okay.
The word count is 834.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Aaron Travis, I'm a ruthless cum vacuum sperm pterodactyl worthless retard. I first realized all this when I joined your stream and you showed me who I really am. You told me the truth, unlike my father. Aaron, I'm deeply sorry for my retarded actions. It all happened because this part in my brain zapped the retarded portion. Okay, all right, hold on. He needs to.
Dom clipped you with the follow. X Reness. X Reness. X Arnis. Zarnis. XRNES. Zrexness. X Arns. I fucking quit. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I'm stupid. Chode Voyager with the follow. Max P. Chode Voyager. Chode Voyager. What a weirdo. Dude, he tried so hard to be different and got the verb, dude. Son of a bitch. What's up, Zoe? All right, go to the next one.
Dude, go to the next one.
Yeah, this one.
This thing is, we're not even like.
All right, continue reading this. My bad.
Right.
I'm sorry.
The retarded portion of my brain went off like an alarm and started spamming free Bames. You sperm Diablo. When really, I'm the sperm Diablo. And there's a story on why I'm the sperm Diablo. A few days ago, my fathers were in the basement with their friend Patrick having a three-way, all the way up in the attic where I live, and I heard them scream. I was curious as I've never heard such crazy sounds. I think it took me around 45 minutes to get to the basement because I'm 450 pounds of fat shit and run out of breath after 2 stairs. Once I got there, they forced me to join, and I joined the smell of 4 fat dudes. It was putrid. It smelled like obesity and sweat because I felt like I just ran a 5K or just took a shower and I was all wet and sticky. I had to clean each and every single one of their shit pussies. Before I cleaned them, they were the color of tar, and I had to make them squeaky clean so that when you rub them, they made a screeching sound. They spit all over my grease-bald head, and I think there were feces in their spitballs. I went to the bathroom and opened my mouth. The color was disgusting. It had Big Mac sauce and shit all over it. Once I finished, I went upstairs and collected my Biden bucks so that I could get more food. With the Biden bucks, I buy fast food only, and I sometimes pay my taxes. Every time I collect the bucks, the gas prices go up, and I feel like an absolute shithead for being the reason that you have high gas bills and taxes. The reason for my retardation is because my fathers, when they birthed me, they drank alcohol all day and they had a beer belly. I came out with fucked up ears and everything. Now, when I was a child, I had to ride the short bus and I got bullied. We ride the transit buses if we ever need to go somewhere. My father owned a 1959 Ford and that thing is junk. I don't know why they don't buy a new car. Louise came over today and we had a sperm challenge. We wore wife beaters, dropped our jeans, and the first to extract on the face of each other wins. I think we tied though. We looked at each other's faces and saw them swimming around. Well, I learned that I'm a retard and a waste of sperm. You are better than me. Your father is better than both of mine combined. I wish I had a mother and maybe you could be her. Free tape. I'm sitting in the attic right now in the middle of the winter with no heat. It's 0 degrees, but my fat layers can help. If I don't get freed from the Action Man stream, I will die of hypothermia, and that's a horrible way to go out. Click 1 if I'm a huge retard rhino chode seed drainer. I love Bruce and Scott. Fuck Smoke. His PC is the equivalent to my future, and my future is absolutely nothing. With an Action Man stream, I'm fucked up. I'm gonna relapse and do wacky things, and no one wants to see that. Steb, I love you. Aaron, you inspired me to learn about World War II and to see how the war started. The invasion of Poland was a joint attack by the Republic. Okay, hold on. All right, there's some Hitler talk. We're gonna skip that. Fuck RK, fuck Dahmer, fuck Cosby, fuck Fogel, fuck all of them. But guess what? I'm worse than all of them. The whole reason I'm a retard is because of my father's retardation, and that made me a McDuffalo. I'll never forget that I'm a sperm Diablo. While I sit in my attic and write this, I'm listening to Extension Cord and Juice WRLD. I want to be a welder like my father one day, but I guess I will never be because I'm so fat. Dear Birdman, I'm sorry. Also, guys, go to actionman.com for ashtrays and grinders. They're good quality.
Yeah, they
or
are.
get some merch. I also can't wait for me, Louise, and Mello in the Beast Factory. We are the leaders. Fuck Scoobs, he's a thief. Fuck my ops, fuck your ops. Right now, I'm living on your carpet in a big spitball, and I want to go back to my attic. Sincerely, the Trixie/W.
Okay.
All right. Here's his Venn diagram.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, that was fucking funny, dude. Wait, post it again, Scott. I'm sorry, I'm high. I just spaced out.
Yeah, I saw that. He's looking at nothing.
Look at this picture of this obese dude. Is there any TOS in here?
No. That's the closest. Yeah.
Has the IQ of a rock. Has Fortnite disease. Is a super retard. Has AIDS from his father's father. Is a sperm Diablo. He has fetal alcohol syndrome from his father. Both are 450 pounds. Our family is... Both have chodes, has the IQ of meat, has dementia, is a retard, drains his poppy seed. Huge beak. That was pretty funny. Oof.
All right.
All right. God, that was fucking funny.
We got Louisiana Coup, and he just plugged his Cash App, and Site banned him. And his unban says, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to send that. Action Man, I love you and your stream. I've been watching you since the Halo 5 days. Much love."
Unban him. That's kind of worse. You've been watching me for years, and then you self-promoted your Cash App?
Yeah, he's down bad, dude.
The fuck? Like, yeah, dude, I'm sure somebody was going to send you $1 million, dude. Go to the next one.
All right, we got Jerkster. He said, "Dude, I'm going to fall asleep." We packed him. He's got a Google Doc as well. All right.
I know, Jeremy.
The title is just called Retard. Last week, I saw you and your dad in an alleyway get spit roasted by huge gay dicks. It was so disgusting. Also, was it you who sold my 8-year-old retard son heroin in a school zone? Thanks for that. Now he's addicted and even more retarded. I hate that disgusting beak on your face. It makes me sick. Why do you look like Jeffrey Dahmer if he had every STD and was retarded? I think I'm going to start puking even more if I look at your beak any longer, so I have to switch to another tab. Why do you look like an alien with a huge retarded beak, by the way? Lick cocks in hell, your dad is a bitch, and Mello made you.
Oh, man.
All right. We got FKDCC. Said, "Free Wacky, I'm tired, I miss Wacky," and then he two-spammed instead of Z-spam. Give that back. All right, Google Doc.
I'm tired.
He said, "I was typing 2 in hopes that someone would realize that it's Morse code, indicating that 2 dudes were fucking my dad on my bed." My dad beats the shit out of me every day. He's gay and obese and a Fortnite addict. My father spends most of his day grinding Fortnite, making zero money, and hanging out with his hood friends outside gas stations doing absolutely nothing. At the end of the day, he comes home and rushes to my room. He grabs me by my gullet, strokes it, tells me to open wide, and pours a handful of cum from his mouth like a bird that he collected from his gang pals outside the gas station after he sucked them all off. He then proceeds to teabag my rotting body, yelling, and climbing into a hole in the roof, preparing to swanton dive on top of me. I hate my dad. He's an untamed, aquatic, renegade, retard, obese, gay, sperm sea serpent. I would do anything to free RK and have him as my dad instead. At least then I would not have to come down my own throat. Okay.
Oh, dude. Dude, my stomach. Dude, I think that kid just made me shit my pants, dude. On God, dude. That kid. Who was that?
That was, hold on, I got it.
Yeah, I just started, dude. That kid made me shit my pants. On God, he did. Fuck. All right, I'll be right back, dude. Keep the unbans going, dude.
Yeah,
Keep the unbans going, boys. Keep reading, Scott.
All right, we got Misen LOL with some Z spam, Instapact. This is my first offense and I don't like it one bit. I miss interacting with chat while you're doing your sillies and your wackies. Now on to the semen spewing piece of shit that I call my father. He loves doing Scoob's cosplay and getting absolutely pounded by 5 huge dicks until his shit pussy goes numb. That motherfucker knows his way around a ball sack or two. I have repented from my sins, and I'm a changed man, and I love you. All right. Welcome back, Misen LOL. Yeah. I was trying to find a good one. We had some troll accounts. All right. Joe Dirt 420. Play GTA. What something else? L video. Got packed. Please unban me. The stream is the only place that makes me feel at home. I would shit talk my dad, but he left the moment I was born. Please unban me, Daddy Aaron. Hope your dad comes back, and welcome back.
I hope your dad stays gone. Stop fucking spamming, asshole.
We got Alki Baby. Is this even a stream? Where's the content at, man? Take more vitamins, ZZZ on board. Take more vitamins, do a content. This is so boring, man. Take more vitamins, ZZZ. The unbanned says, I am so sorry. I don't even know where to begin on why I'm such a piece of shit. I'm 22 years old and I operate heavy machinery for a living. Yeah, I know I'm a retard. Here you are live streaming for a living, making more money than my whole family tree, and being more successful than I will ever be. The things I said was because I'm withdrawing from vitamins myself. Sorry, AC7, I love you, and I will try to do better as a 22-year-old piece of shit with absolutely no bitches. Fair. Welcome back. We got Julius Caesar. He simply was just saying, why is this guy getting roasted for asking for your help, LOL? And he said that twice, and he packed him. I don't know who we're roasting or why, but it's his first ban, and he said, I'm sorry, I was just asking you a question.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was a pretty soft one on your part. Well, sorry, buddy.
Why was that? Why did I ban it?
I don't know. Your tummy must have been bumbling. All right, Don Perico. Send me to sleep on board. Send me to sleep on board.
Guys, I'm wiping my ass and there's huge streaks on the toilet paper.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. He said, I'm sorry for my out of ratio behavior. I think that my retardation and my delusion got the best of me. I have to blame my father for it. He is the sperm Optimus Prime. He spends night after night guzzling sperm from Autobots and the Decepticons. Most days I sit in my own filth and scum, complaining and blaming the world that I'm not successful. I want to be a reformed man. I will make up for it by being back in ratio and continuing to give you my monthly Prime sub.
I'm here. Okay, go to the next one. We'll watch some vids after this.
All right, we got Escape from O Block. It's a troll account. I can't see his logs, so we just keep him packed. Wacky Beast. Band number 11. And he was Z-spamming. You packed him. He's got a Google Doc. Bruh.
What is it? I'm gonna order food, dude. I'm starving as fuck.
All right, you want me to do this? It's a 4-chapter fucking story novel.
All right, let's hear it.
Book. All right. It's titled Wacky Beast's Untamed Retard Diary. Chapter 1. Here we go again. I was packed up while I was blowing a wacky retard renegade untamed goblin chode-like dick. The reason I got wacky in chat was because all the Fortnite colors were making me go into a wild retard rampage, and I was starting to feel the Fortnite colors ooze through my veins. It was starting to feel like my hands and arms got heavy, and I was going to perform a Queen Elizabeth, Jesus, and Krishan Rock. I don't know who that is.
That's Blueface's girlfriend.
All right, there you go. I was also having a bad day because my dad was so hungover from the other night, and he was telling me that I was a useless retard and should have gotten taken out by COVID.
Damn.
Talking about COVID gets me emotional because I was locked away in my house half of my childhood. Chapter 2. A day in the life of my retard dad. A day in the life of my dad consists around him usually blowing a mammoth amount of retard renegade dick. His favorite types of dicks are confusing, untamed, cheese-smelling chodes, but if he can't find that specific type of dick to supply his needs, he usually just goes down to the gay strip club and would pay a big, hunky beast to fuck the shit out of him. He then comes home looking like mummy dust. His clothes would be painted in thick, retard, ugly semen spew. My mom would yell at him for hours, and later my mom divorced him. Now we live in a shitty, retard, abandoned neighborhood in Detroit. Chapter 3, My Dad and His Hobbies. One of my dad's favorite things to do when he's back from his brutal construction job is to watch Sneeko on Rumble. My dad also loves blowing retard, gay, confusing, renegade, golem-like dicks. My dad undigested more seed than anyone the frozen villages have ever seen. My dad is known as a sperm whale all around Detroit. The number of dicks my dad has sucked is not even invented yet. If they had a prize for who sucked the most untamed retard Goliath dicks, my dad would win it. My dad is such a huge piece of shit, he wanted me to go to work with him at his retard construction job like it was take your useless seed to work day, but I said no. My dad would tell me this story about how him and all his co-workers at the construction site would have brutal bukkake gangbang on the site, and he was always the bottom. He said his bussy was brutally infested with all types of diseases, and he was going to die of HIV. My dad's favorite types of dicks were chodes and untamed chodes. My dad is now dead at age 59 due to his bussy getting brutally fucked. Chapter 4.
Chapter 4. There's more.
Oh my God.
Alright, next one.
My life without my dad. My dad was my everything. He did everything for me. He taught me how to tame my dick and also introduced me to Fortnite. I now sit and play Fortnite while I listen to Juice WRLD and Extension Cord.
Stupidest asshole.
I'm so depressed. I think about getting featured in a Logan Paul Forest video. I'm now rotting away in my mom's trailer house. I will always miss my dad, and sometimes I feel my dad's spirit rubbing my bussy when I'm in bed listening to Juice WRLD late at night. I now play Fortnite for hours on end, but lately I've been watching a lot of hood videos by my boy Miko Worldwide. My brain is now more rotted by watching the hood videos than it is by playing Fortnite. I now need Fortnite to restore my brain. Smoke is still better. Free Dahmer, free Cosby, free R. Kelly.
Okay, I'm banned. What's up, Journey22 or Journey22? What up, man? How was work, bro? That was funny. Yeah.
J. Gu 1515 just threw out a couple of Z's, then LOL, and he packed him. And the unbanned just says, yo.
Unbanned.
Here's his first ban.
Gets one. Everyone gets one.
Luker. He said, you know what? Fuck all y'all. All y'all in here some bitches. And then just started adding a bunch of random chatters, calling them all bitches. Pussies, telling them
Okay, yeah.
then,
Typical Luker.
And then he packed him. His unbanned says, my dick is throbbing as I imagine me throat fucking you. I start by inserting it into your mouth. I start to stroke my shit slowly and passionately. I then start to get faster until I'm beating the shit out of your throat with my dick.
Oh.
When I finish in your mouth, you look up at me with my man juice in your mouth with lust in your eyes. I know that now you are ready for it in your ass.
Okay. What's next, man?
That was that's Luke.
Okay. Give him a week for that.
All right, we got
remove from the broadcast.
Pelt Zoo. Band number 15 for Pelt Zoo with Z Spam and Instapack. And his unbanned says, as a 17-year-old bitch boy, I feel honored to get banned by your majesty. But you know what isn't that honorable? Getting... dude, I can't say this shit if you just said he's 17.
All right, then let that go.
Yeah, nah, I can't. I'm not. No. Free him.
Yeah, unban him.
Yeah, unban him. Welcome back. Don't say that stuff next time. Wait till you're 18. All right, Captain Rexy 501st. Oh, racism.
Oh, not a good one.
Yeah, this guy, not a sub, not a nothing. Get the fuck out. Mr. Bean did that. He said, if you forgive Scoobs, I'll buy a grinder. And he said that a couple times, and he backed him. His unbanned says, I was threatened by this heroin addict that is balding worse than Kaliu himself. I don't know who that is. And hasn't showered in about 2 weeks to buy a 99-cent store grinder or ashtray. So I'm here confirming that I have bought a grinder and look forward to doing multiple drugs thanks to Aaron.
All right, dude, if I want proof you bought that grinder, dude. If he doesn't show me proof of that he bought the grinder, is he even a sub?
I mean, no, he's been gifted, but he's not.
All right, dude, if I don't see that proof of that ashtray, you're going right back to the shithole you crawled out of.
Yeah, DM proof. Put it in Discord. Don Perico, he said, send me to sleep on board. Just kept spamming that. You told him to call his dad a sperm something or other. He said no, so you packed him.
Peace.
His unbanned says, I'm sorry for my out of ratio behavior. I think my retardation and delusion got to me. I have to blame my father for it. Oh wait, I already read this. He's a sperm optimist, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. J Money 210. A bunch of Z spam packed him. His unbanned says, you gay Mike from Stranger Things looking bitch, unban me now, you sick, disgusting piece of shit. I would hate to be your dad, you pussy.
2 weeks. The fuck you talking to, asshole? Your dad's a worthless piece of shit and your mother's not much better. Remove from the broadcast.
ZZZ9875. He said, Smoke bans me all the time for insulting him. Half my bans are because I call Smoke retarded. Smoke, you're a soft ass puss ass dude. Smoke, the softest dude in here. Smoke can't read. And then Smoke backed me. His unbanned said, sorry, I didn't know the stream was so fucking soft and pathetic. Are you fucking serious?
Only talking shit.
Speaking the truth. Not my fault. Smoke is a retard and his brain moves at the speed of an obese sloth. How about instead of banning people to make Smoke feel better, we give Smoke some help?
I can fuck my mouth.
Let's either get Smoke a tutor, send him back to 1 year of 3rd grade to learn basic reading skills, or have him read every night on stream to grow his lack of skills. Also, my dad is the merchant of cum.
What's up, Tiba Gamami?
Too much Smoke disrespect.
Pop, 66 to follow. FN Nature with the follow. A Reach K with the follow. My food's gonna be here. I ordered lobster bisque, tomato soup, and a grilled cheese sandwich.
All right, what are we doing with this guy?
Unban him. Another beer from a real beast. I don't know how long.
Give him a day for the Smoke heat.
Got you. Give him a couple days. Give him a couple days.
Yeah.
Give him 3 days for that one. Dude, yeah, I don't know how much longer this stream's gonna be, dude, but I'm going live hella earlier tomorrow, bro. On God, I am. I'm gonna probably stream like 2-3 more hours tonight. And then tomorrow I'll fucking do a longer one. On God. I'm done with these 8 p.m. uptimes, man. We're supposed to be live at 4 p.m., bro. It's my fault.
How many more of these are you trying to do? Dude, we've done like 70 today.
How many more are there?
25. 6.
Are there any standout ones?
I mean, I think we got most of the regulars. I don't know. Let's see. Kingston. We can just speed run some of these, I guess.
Yeah. Viewer
right,
games?
Kingston,
Not tonight, dude.
Z Spam, his unbanned, says faded then a hoe, faded then a hoe. This is ban number 12 for Kingston. He has over 100 timeouts.
It's the unban.
Faded then a hoe, faded then a hoe.
2 weeks. Ryan Shaw with the follow. IK roll 678. What's up, dude? Hi, nice to meet you. Thanks for the follow. What's up, Joe?
Let's see. Kanye West Lover 365 said, "Can you play Fortnite?" And then no, please. And you got packed. It's unbanned. Just says did nothing wrong.
Unban him.
Michael C. Cringe take, so boring, cringe take. You don't know what you're talking about. Cringe take, so boring, man. And you packed him. His unbanned says, I'd rather watch Sneeko content any day of the week, and it's not even close.
All right.
You look like Mike from Stranger Things, but the retarded version from Wish.com.
Bro, you just admitted that you wait. But the thing is, you just admitted you actually would rather watch Sneeko.
He also goes on to say, Bruce had some good takes. My dad is very smart, and the only thing I'm sorry for is that Scoobs didn't drain your retarded bird-looking ass for every dollar in your account.
Who is this guy?
Michael C. 6 bands, not a sub.
Does he have a Twitch?
What?
I don't know if he does. Yeah, I don't think this one does.
No, 1 follower.
Just okay, bye. Remove from the broadcast. Admitting to watching Sneeko and just having that be your focal point of the argument. Okay. It's huge. Caden, 48. Yeah, W Alt account. He in the stream right now, but W Alt. We'll see you on it. 504 Malin. Oliver the man to follow. Try Notes. Thank you for the sub gift, Try Notes. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. My food's gonna be here soon, dude.
All right, let's do like 5 more.
Actually, fuck this shit. Wait, let me see here.
What? We'll just call it? I'm down to call it.
Yeah, just call this shit. Just fuck this.
All right.
We milked enough.
GG's. Welcome back, all you pieces of shit.
Welcome back, everyone. Guys, this is my off day. I'm gonna be doing drugs. Now, here's what I'm going to be doing. We're going to be watching cop shows for hours off of the Explore Us channel. I'll give you a better stream tomorrow. I'm sorry this one was lower octane if it wasn't as funny, even though I thought the stream was pretty funny. But, so I'm just letting you know. So I'm going to be doing drugs for hours and hours. Okay, guys? All right. So.
All right. Enjoy your food, brother. I'll see you in chat.
You guys want to see how to do drugs like a man? You add live resin to that bitch. Arrow flip. Yo, Try Notes. Thank you for the sub gifts, dude. Wait, who were we watching? We were already watching a video. Which one were we watching? Pale ass dude. Pale ass dude. That's fucking funny. Wait, what video were we watching? Oh, we watched that one already. This content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. Can I play this? Actually, why don't, you know what? Why don't we warm up our cocksuckers with this really fast?
You fell asleep during that 100,000 calories eating guy. It may lay the mood for your food log /.
This just came out. This is right where the area where this happened, where that kid was just killed. What the fuck? This is bad. What's up, iPlug? Damn, Memphis sucks. Baltimore's like the overall worst city in America. I think, we were talking about it, chat. I think Baltimore's the worst city overall in America. This is pretty bad, though. This is pretty bad. You guys ever notice that most of the hoods are always bordered by freeways or like massive intersections, or like, do you ever notice that? by expressways. What in the fuck is this? Just a cop just sitting there. Listen, here's what I'm gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say. Chicago's hoods are overall worse. But Chicago does have very nice parts to it. That's why, that's what I'm saying. Like, Baltimore is a pure shithole. Philadelphia has some nice parts to it. Baltimore has no nice parts to it. Memphis really has no nice parts to it. Like the downtown a little bit. You know what I'm saying? These cities aren't. New Orleans. God damn. Bag Boy 556 to follow. Trip to count to follow. Hatch Bean 14 months. Try notes. Thank the 200 bits, man. What do you mean, try notes? What do you think, bro? Baltimore? I've played all the Baltimore way. I could try to find a Baltimore one. West Baltimore. This is it. This is the worst. This is like, dude, this is like Chicago level bad. Chicago's only marginally worse than this. To be honest, Baltimore probably looks worse overall, even on the worst parts. It's really dilapidated over here. Maine and Hastings, Canada? Get the fuck out of here. Dude, there's no spot in Canada, and dude, I know people in Canada. That's not, dude, there's no spot, I know you're trolling, dude. There's no spot even comparable in Canada to this. It's not even, there's nothing even remotely close. I know. Oh my God, look, it's a penguin and a polar bear skull fucking each other. Bro, this is scary bad. Someone did a rage. Let me get my shirt on. I'm so hungry. I got a grilled cheese, tomato soup, and lobster bisque on the way, everyone. That's what I'm eating tonight. I'm eating healthier. Dude, this is so bad, dude. Dude, I low-key need to go here.
I'm over here in West Baltimore. Okay, what's your name over here?
My name Big Goose.
Okay, what about you?
Kodak.
What about you?
I'm Reds.
You?
My name Tay.
Okay, so what can y'all tell me about West Baltimore?
Truck ball.
It's what you make it. If you come here and you ain't got, if you come here and you ain't got your mind made up, then you gonna be just like one of them guys you be pointing at riding past. But you come here with some discipline, with your mind made up, and you might end up making it away here.
It's so dangerous, dude. These guys.
You got some hustlers.
But what these guys are doing is so dangerous. I mean, I just can't. It's so hard to process.
There's a lot of money here. feel me? We just ain't had no real
Did you
OGs
RC Lux?
to guide us, but shit, we got
So much crap happens over here.
Okay. So how does this area rank with the other neighborhoods in Baltimore? Like if you like talking about the worst areas to the best, how does this area rank?
It don't rank by neighborhood.
Yeah,
It go by the zone code. But you talking about this the capital where the drugs started at.
Real shit.
Right.
All crack and heroin over here.
Okay.
Right here to
Look,
Sandtown to McCullough
you see that
Homes,
corner?
all
You
this
see,
shit.
them police don't be parked down there all day for nothing.
I noticed that like they posted over here like it seemed like 24 hours a day.
Even motherfucking train.
They sit there 24 hours a day.
A lot of young niggas get killed, right? So they shutting it down at 12 now. They used to go all night.
They got killed last week right here.
And you know what that accidentally does too for them? That frees up another street. So now instead of making the handoff over here, what they'll do, they'll stand in the corner, and when someone wants to sell dope, they'll have them they'll wave them down a block. So what it actually does, it gives them more of immunity. Now they have to worry less about a rival gang member attacking them or other police officers riding up on them because they know they're already being watched. So it's low key. That's how they look at it. I've been in county jail with guys on the west side of Chicago that do the exact same shit, man.
Right over here.
What's up,
Let me
Kelson?
ask y'all this: how does Baltimore compare to Washington D.C.? I was
Way
just there,
worse.
so-
Way
See,
worse.
I'm a little older than them. So like we always had a little ride with DC. It's always been a Baltimore DC thing, you know what I mean? But we ride with DC. We go down there. DC niggas come up here.
Yeah, we
There
go
no
down there
beef.
for
It's
the
just a
party,
Baltimore
go down
DC
there.
thing.
Right.
Man, we just fucked DC up on New Year.
Man, what?
All of us. We just fucked
What?
DC up on New Year.
Yo,
Party come up,
Jordan
man.
Dabs,
Party
thank you,
come
Jordan,
up,
for the
man.
$25, man. You just
You
paid
gonna
for
have
my
to get
dinner,
in
man.
there.
That was nice,
I'm
bro.
from Detroit. Y'all
Thank
ever
you,
been there?
Jordan.
Nah.
Yo, let's get some hype in the chat, man. Jordan paying for my dinner, $25. That was really nice, bro. I really appreciate it. You guys know I love you guys at the end of the day. You guys know when I'm in my moments crazy and shit, I don't really mean everything I'm saying. Sometimes, but like most of the time I do, but sometimes you know I love you guys at the end of the day, man. I do appreciate you guys' generosity and always hanging out. I just always want to make sure we're on the same page with that.
Yeah, we know that. We know that.
Chambers, bro.
We definitely know about the heroin capital. Though. We listen to them GMB boys. We listen to Babyface Ray and them.
Oh, okay.
Shit. From one jungle to another jungle.
You know what I mean?
Appreciate you, Jordan.
YBI.
Right. You know about all that? Okay.
That's me right there.
Oh, okay.
Down. You know what I mean?
So all y'all from this area?
What's up,
right here?
Skate?
Born and raised.
17, born
Oh,
and raised.
okay.
Right here,
Born
man.
and raised.
So now, how
up,
does
Emma?
this area? What is it like compared to say? I know some of y'all look kind of
No,
young.
these
so
are
I
real
mean,
dudes
like,
right
say
here.
from,
This is
like,
the street
the
life right here,
90s
bro.
Up until now, how does it? Yeah, you probably can tell me
You
that.
talking about the 90s, man.
Fuck
That's
from
when I was
the
wild.
We know our history.
Hold on, before you get into the 90s
Yeah, we
from
know
now,
our history, though.
fuck from the 90s from now. Shit ain't even the same from 10 years from now.
5 years ago, shit ain't
In
even
2010, this shit ain't
Okay,
even
well,
the same.
what do y'all? What was it like in 2010 compared to now?
Man,
Way
listen, it was
worse.
a bunch of hustling,
Yeah, right
more
now.
laughter.
Dangerous.
COVID ain't really having fucked up nothing now.
More dangerous
Man,
than ever
listen.
right now.
Yeah, it's more dangerous now.
Everybody got masks on. You don't know if a
These
nigga
one
trying
strike.
to rob you.
They don't even want
Or
these
kill
shit.
you, or
These little
whatever.
niggas want
Right.
strikes. These little niggas don't want no money. They just want to kill
Kill shit now,
Right.
These
yeah.
little niggas
They
want
don't
If-
want no money.
If y'all wasn't living in Baltimore, where would y'all want to live at? If,
I
if it-
want to
you
go
know,
to
if
Texas.
anything.
I want to go to Texas.
Beverly Hills.
I want to go to Texas. Ain't no property tax in Texas. I want to go to Texas. Buy me a nice
I
house.
wanna live with the rich
Lot of
people.
land. Right.
I'm gonna go down the
I'm trying
line
to
and
put up with the white people.
Down the line, man.
Okay. What about you? Where would you rather live at? You said
Bro,
that.
but I'm saying they're making it sound like that they couldn't do it. If you really wanted to, you could sell drugs and be done. You could literally sell drugs to 15, 20K and move out of the hood and literally start another job. But now you have to accept you're not going to make heroin dealer, crack dealer money. And that's where the problem comes in.
Alice? Oh, you said Cali. I was about to say, I just came from
No,
Dallas.
dude, some of these drug corners do a lot of money. I'm telling you, some of these guys get paid decently. Some of the guys that can get to mid-tier level, they make a lot. But I'm saying they also spend a lot. But I'm saying if they had any money skills, they'd be out of the hood, is what I'm saying.
Big head wrong.
If they wanted to be.
Miami, right? See, both of the rides was right here. The old ride, the
I remember-
King,
okay, I remember
right
that.
here, and
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was. Well, that, yeah,
My
all
food's
that
about to
riot
be
stuff
here.
happened. Anybody got any social media they want to put out there? Any, or they want to say their
Big
social
Goo-Wah,
media, anything
Big
like
Goo-Wah.
that?
Man, follow me on
Underscore
Instagram,
COD 17.
underscore one red.
Yeah.
Say yours again.
Nothing to say. Underscore
No
one red. That's my
IG tape.
Instagram. Yeah.
No IG tape.
No IG tape. Man.
Okay, what about you?
And same thing, no IG, man. I don't do the internet.
Okay.
And big drip right here.
Big Lord Drip, man. It's big.
All right.
Hand.
What about you? You got any
Yeah,
internet? I mean, any
thought it was
social media you want to put out there, man?
No, I don't got
Purple
no- I
Bandit,
don't got no
19 months,
social media.
man.
Sometimes that shit costs you your life.
Thank you, bro.
You see me doing
You said you was good. All right. Anybody got any additional comments they want to shout
Niggas
out?
here.
Anything like that?
That's
You know,
on that, man. That's us. You've been right here since 68 years. From one city to another, from one trenches to another. Free them members, man. Free the gang. Free all the real niggas holding it down. Get my auntie on that. And them families. Get auntie on that.
Old murder
My
family.
young
too.
kings.
Yeah, auntie said you got young kings right here, man.
Yeah, they is.
It's
All for one for all.
Okay.
All black women is queen. Believe that. All our sisters is queen. Believe that. All our sisters is queen. Believe that.
All right, well, we gonna sign off.
In Oakland, it's always, we always been proud to be
One
from
sec,
Oakland.
guys. I'm here. My food's fucking
And
here.
original.
Yeah, I grew up in Ghost Town, California. You feel me? That's across Pablo. You feel me? We can go over there if y'all want to. It's nothing. You feel me? I still own my property.
They Panthers around here. Power to the people.
We don't follow no trends, none of that. We start the trends.
I love pigs.
But now I'm found. Was blind. How to use food as a tool to organize community. And that's what we do right here.
It's home, you know what I'm saying? But it get gritty like everywhere else. Yeah, I've been shot 3 times. Thank God I'm here to talk, you know what I'm saying?
Like, comment, subscribe, the vibes, man. We out here, all right?
God, I'm starving as shit. What were we gonna watch? Oh yeah, I wanted to watch one of these. Oh yeah, this shit.
Recently murdered father.
What was he wearing on the couch when you turned the light on?
Oh, these retards.
Black Raider shirt and a pair of black shorts. When did she first bring up that she wanted her dad dead?
Like after he slapped her. And
How long ago? How long ago was that?
Like, this was a week before she texted me about the...
This shows that this specific incident of abuse was not the motive for the murder, at least not for Ellen. A prosecutor might submit to a jury that the likely actual motive for the killing of her father was him not letting his minor daughter and Gavin date.
And then as that conversation developed, did you ever come to what are we going to do with him afterwards?
I mean, RJ was like trying to tell me I have a friend, we can go up, leave the car there, you can tear the car apart, that way there's no car left.
I'm very good at convincing people.
What do you think?
This guy's a psycho.
Bobby's, I stopped by, I just like swapped clothes and I left again, no one was awake.
So, and then you end up over on Almond Street. Okay.
Investigators later learned that Gavin had led them astray, hoping they would stop by Bobby's house so his friends would know that something had happened.
And run through us with what you were wearing at the time that you hit him with the bat.
I was wearing my gray hoodie. And
Not that one?
It was a gray pullover hoodie.
Okay.
It wasn't this one, no. Like all my hoodies.
What was on under the gray hoodie?
And then I had on...
Anonymous, thanks for the five, man.
It was my Batman t-shirt, I think.
Okay.
And that I think I actually left at the house, but I don't think there was any blood or anything on that.
And what pants were you wearing?
I'm still wearing...
Thank you for the five, Anonymous.
I changed my jacket.
So you were wearing those pants?
Yeah.
And what shoes were you wearing?
That was one of my boots.
The ones you have on now?
Yeah.
Or the ones, I don't think you're wearing them now,
Well,
right?
they took them off, yeah.
Okay. What do you do when you get to the location where you guys dump Aaron?
We kind of sit there and we're like, nature. It was peaceful. And it was relaxing.
Gavin discusses how it was peaceful and relaxing looking at the woods and lake while sitting in the car with Aaron's dead body in the trunk. This shows a serious lack of remorse.
When you get there, though, what do you guys do?
So we kind of sat and we kind of enjoyed the view because it was nice out.
Gavin goes off on a tangent, displaying a symptom characteristic to his attention deficit hyperactivity disorder diagnosis: lack of focus.
And then what happened?
And then we're like, okay, let's get this done before anyone drives by or anything.
How did you get him out of the trunk? By himself or with the blanket?
I kind of just went up and grabbed him by underneath the shoulders and lifted him.
Why do they think they're going to get away with this?
Picked up his legs. It was the blanket pillow and all, and then we just like let it roll, and it kind of wrapped itself
Literally,
up.
why?
When it was rolling down the hill, the tarp wrapped itself up around him. I kind of tried to wrap him up a little bit, like cover up his feet.
The investigators keep a cool head while Gavin describes throwing Aaron's body off the embankment, along with some trash.
Is there still any blood in the trunk?
I don't know. I think there's still some on the outside because he was kind of leaking everywhere.
Oh.
And then where do you guys go from there?
And then we're like,
He was kind of leaking
Walmart.
everywhere.
We went to Walmart.
Where does RJ stay?
He just stays outside and smokes.
And where did he get those cigarettes?
Those were for Dad's.
Remember what kind of cigarettes they were?
They were Camel 99s.
Okay. Ultimately, you and Ellie go in, you buy some junk food. Did she buy a pregnancy test?
Yeah.
Then you guys come out of Walmart.
And we were going to SSI, like, Ellie and I went upstairs because she had to use the restroom. And she also was gonna check out the hair dye, so I gave her the hair dye, she went to the bathroom. She came back out, was like, this is the wrong stuff, and you go return it. We went back to Walmart, and we got the refund of $9.77 was the refund. And then we go back out.
Picky about makeup and hair dye, sneaking out of a bedroom window to see a forbidden older boyfriend, and conspiracy to commit patricide. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong.
Gotcha. You need something? Bathroom water or something like that?
Can I get some water, please?
Yeah. You want a soda or anything?
No.
How weird are these weirdos?
Yeah. Okay. You want to do?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I don't understand why you guys are being so nice to me. I mean, just do something.
Okay. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
Gavin is offered a drink, and he states how nice the police are being to him, showing that the Reed tactic they have employed has worked well, and they're seen as allies to him. It proves difficult to determine whether Gavin is experiencing true remorse over what he's done, or regret over the repercussions, or both. Whatever the case, Gavin's emotionality indicates that he didn't go about this entirely in control and intelligently. Up to this point, we can reasonably speculate that Gavin displays aggressive tendencies, violent behavior, and impulsivity. There's more to this story, but we'll cover that later. Gavin had displayed concerning behavior throughout childhood into adulthood, so much so that he was considered a possible threat to others at South Medford High School.
People talk about schools having like a list of kids who are potential threats. I'd say he was like the poster child for that person at our school. It was like an understood thing, you know, about Gavin, that that's kind of the person that he was. Kind of a scary person, not someone you would think to mess with.
Yeah, it just kind of gave me like an off vibe sometimes. You know, everyone jokes around like, okay, if we had a school shooter, it'd probably be him.
Anything concerning with Gavin?
Yes, we did a threat assessment, a threat to others assessment. I can't remember when. He grabbed a student's and was inappropriate on a few occasions. We also, I believe, did a risk to self assessment on him at least once, like that he'd said he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, something split in his head, man. Something he cracked. Like I said, it's like she did help kill Dad, but like I swear to God, you know, she was crazy. From what I heard, you know, she did some crazy. But I don't think she would kill Dad.
I got soup. You want some?
You are. I tell ya, if I was at a police department, I would be wide awake.
Detective Smith is
Tomatoes.
consistently
Why do they
correct
put
with
fucking
Ellen.
jam on
She
that
implies
shit?
here that Ellen should be
They
more
did?
alert,
Really?
despite Ellen
I
being
like it
sleep
like that,
deprived
but that's-
because of
they
the
never do that.
circumstances.
Weird.
This seems rather
like
counterintuitive,
weird-
considering
Yeah,
that
like,
Ellen
why
is
they put
already
this? It's
displaying
really
high
good without
levels
it.
of resistance, which interrogators typically counter with empathy and kindness.
We talk
No, I was
to
just checking
everybody
on
that is involved.
You were so
And
quiet.
then, you okay? Okay.
I
Yeah, the cleaning people are here at 1:30 tomorrow.
Okay.
It's a big day for
Ellen
us.
makes poor attempts at eliciting sympathy in whatever way she can throughout the interrogation, but the investigator pays little mind, often implying that Ellen is, for lack of a better word, dramatic. This is markedly histrionic behavior. Histrionic essentially means melodramatic. In the mental health world, histrionic behavior is heavily and unsurprisingly present in histrionic personality disorder. It can be a symptom of a variety of other disorders as well, but generally refers to maladaptive, attention-seeking, and exaggerated behavior.
And then we talk and try to like hammer out and figure out who's saying what's going on, and try to really get the real story from everybody, okay? Is it okay if I keep talking to you kind of about what we've learned? Okay, and then if you feel like letting me know stuff, you can do that. Does that sound fair?
Why did they think they were smart? Why do they think they're smart enough to get away with this?
This morning, when the police were called to your house, it was because your sisters actually saw you and Gavin and somebody else in there, a couple other people in there leaving. Then they saw a lot of blood in the house, okay? So then what they did was call Michelle. You know Michelle?
No, I don't know Michelle.
I'm pretty sure that's her name. Your dad's girlfriend who was over at the house last night?
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey, thank you.
My name's Mickey.
Okay, thanks for helping me out. They called Mickey and then ran to your mom's house. And
This
so
tomato
everybody
soup
was
isn't that good.
concerned and worried about you.
Why is it so thin? It's supposed to be
And your
thick.
dad, because we actually don't know where your dad is right now.
That's really disturbing to hear.
I agree.
Consistent with previous displays, this behavior is more than awkward. It's uncomfortable, what some might call cringy to watch. We can tell she's attempting to muster up and replicate something resembling shock, panic, or concern, but she falls considerably short of the mark. Nonverbal
My
experts
dad got
might
stabbed into 48 pieces. What? Are you out of your fucking mind?
determine she is being disingenuous from reading her robotic arm movements, chiral facial expression, or incongruent verbal and nonverbal communication. Even her word choice comes off as suspicious. Imagine being detained, sitting across the table from an investigator in an interrogation room, and learning that your father is missing, and there is blood everywhere in your living room. Would your response be a robotic? That is very disturbing to hear. This is more so an explanation of an emotion, not an expression, which is why we easily sense that something is off. The investigator directly challenges Ellen with step 1 of the Reed interrogation technique discussed earlier, positive confrontation. She lays all the evidence law enforcement has indicating Ellen's involvement up to this point. We also can tell from this moment and from points earlier in the interrogation that Detective Smith is attempting to set up a theme that involves Ellen's sisters. Similar to Gavin's moral justification for committing the crime, Ellen's might be that she was trying to protect her 2 younger sisters.
I absolutely agree, and your sisters are a little bit disturbed by that as well. They, because they're scared that they saw you leaving. They're scared there's blood in your house, and they're scared that nobody knows who your dad is. So they're awfully little to have those kinds of worries.
Maybe he was looking for
My hat looks cool. Thank you.
So where did all the blood come from in your house?
I don't know.
Okay. Mickey knows.
Yeah,
that
for sure,
you were
girthy guy.
there.
Let me go get a
Sarah
job
was there,
and
Olivia
like your
was there,
parents and
your dad
have
was
a
there.
work way harder and make way less.
So
Oh, wait.
it would be
I'd rather watch YouTube and make 5 to 10 times what they make instead, with no cap on my endless potential. All right, well, back to the drawing board, dude. Guess I'll just spam ads to almost 2,000 people watching YouTube, and we'll see who wins.
nice if we could get some of this.
Weirdo.
Like I said.
Nice, dude, yeah.
Detective Smith makes a skillful confrontation about figuring out what's going on, without making a direct contradiction to Ellen, who begins to gesture and move without purpose. For instance, she momentarily glances at her nails here. These meaningless gestures and movements grow to be progressively more pronounced. Meaningless movement, otherwise known as fidgeting, is a widely known nonverbal indicator of nervousness. Pay attention to the topic of conversation during times when Ellen fidgets the most.
So, somebody else is talking to Gavin. Somebody else is talking to Mike.
Look at how thin this tomato soup is.
Ollie there?
What?
Okay. So, it would be nice if we could get on the same page now, okay?
Excuse me, what's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, I'm barely awake right now. And
Working at UPS? UPS is lit.
What happened yesterday?
Do you need coffee?
At least at UPS, you don't get to have hundreds of random people in here come in day after day and try to insult me and take a shot at you. At least you get to not go through that. So you get to, like, whatever you're doing. Imagine being a UPS driver and having 15 to 20 people per day come in here and tell you you're not doing anything. So at least you have that. I guarantee your mental health is so much better than mine. I mean, there's so many benefits you have over me. It's pretty insane.
I hate coffee.
Okay.
I try to stay away from caffeine and other chemicals.
And you don't eat meat. Is there anything we can get you, like, from a fast food restaurant that would...
Oh, package handler? Oh.
In all honesty, I don't feel like I deserve that.
I've worked in that shit. That shit decent, Mary.
Food? Why?
Finally, Ellen expresses something resembling guilt. At least that is what it seemed like before she said.
I don't feel like I deserve any of my basic human rights.
Oh.
Especially when it comes to my father.
Okay, help me understand that.
My basic human rights.
For the way that I eat for Easter.
I never had a real job. Here we go again. Getting fucking banned. Here's why I'm banning you. Here's why I banned you for that one. A, flexing a Mustang in your profile picture on Twitch. That's what got you out of the door. B, I've worked for 3 years at Robinson and Taylorville Correctional Facility, making 10 cents an hour for 3 years. So remember that. I made 10 cents an hour for 3 years. So, yep, you're right. I worked literally just as hard as a regular person making an entry-level salary, but I made 10 cents an hour for 3 years. So go ahead and figure that fucking awesome math problem out, why my life's so fucked and why I fucking suck dick. All right, 1 second.
Well, you don't eat meat. Do they comment about that?
It's prison time. Dude, you have to work. It's like an actual job.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with you being hungry and us wanting to go out and grab you something if you want something.
No, thank you.
Okay.
But thank you for the offer.
Well, you bet. Yeah.
Some may feel bad for Ellen, but keep in mind what she was recently part of. It could be that her father ridiculing her over food was only one piece to the puzzle that set her off.
Well,
but fixating on this detail in this moment, going so far as to share it with Detective Smith, indicates egocentrism, which involves interpreting life as though it exclusively revolves around the self.
Why is he making fun of what? Okay, goodbye, Curly. You guys, we're banning Curly for being pro-slavery. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and ban that guy. Sorry, that was the first thing he said, was to say that.
And maladaptive self-pity. There could be a persecution complex here. If Ellen holds a persecution complex, she possesses a persistent belief that others have malintent toward her. It's hard to determine whether there's mental illness involved at this point. She could be playing the sympathy card.
Tell me about Gavin being at the house this morning.
He was walking with me everywhere, so if we went there, then he was there.
Okay.
Falcon, right now, we're almost at 2,000 viewers at almost 3 in the morning. I'm not going to maybe lose viewers to put in more effort on Grand Theft Auto. Stop. You know what? Falcon, we'll see you tomorrow's stream. Remove from the broadcast. Done with that motherfucker. God, he only annoys me.
And what were you guys doing there?
Probably, I don't know.
I
I'm half
know.
asleep.
Again, I am absolutely not trying to sound rude, but some things I just kind of have to lay out, okay?
I understand.
Haven't been to the West Side? Yeah, I lived there for 10 years.
You take AP classes? Taking AP classes, you've got to work really hard in those classes, and I know that. Okay, so I know there were times you were really
this
super
fucking
tired
shit is ass.
So for you to sit here and tell me how tired you are and you can't remember, I feel like maybe that's just an excuse because you don't want to talk about something that's super hard to talk about.
Detective Smith is narrowing the ability for Ellen to be evasive.
We are all trying to piece together what happened because we're very worried about your dad. And I get that it doesn't sound like to you he was
It's the
best
first
dad.
bad food place I've had since I've been in Chicago, man.
About him. He might have abused me for most of my life, but he's still my father.
Ellen uses every opportunity to sneak in a comment about how her father was abusive. Again, we re-arrive at the idea that Ellen is not fully aware or functional during this interrogation, only because she is so poorly lying and concealing her negative feelings toward her father, which would, as Ellen might logically reason, add to motive. She's reportedly intellectually gifted,
it was so
raises a
fucking
question as to whether
gross.
Ellen is attempting to pull off shock, or whether she's a 15-year-old struggling to comprehend how to get out of a bad situation.
So one of the things that has also happened is South Medford High School has a school resource officer, and apparently you're still a student there. And you had like a band thing this weekend, and your dad came and picked you up from the school at like 3 in the morning?
Ellen coughs nearly every time she takes a drink and looks up to Detective Smith to see her reaction. This is histrionic, dramatic, and pity-seeking behavior. But it also occurs each time the conversation becomes more heated. Note that Detective Smith is quite direct in her confrontation in this moment.
Are you going to choke on your water? It worries me.
You think I'm a piece of shit? Huh?
Well, you're welcome to drink the water, but if it's...
You think I'm a piece of shit? Did I talk too much shit tonight? You think I'm worthless? You tired of me? Am I laying here like a fucking asshole or what? You think I'm a piece of shit? Am I?
It's going to hurt maybe.
Seriously, did I talk enough shit tonight? Did I talk too much shit tonight? Was tonight the night we're checked out? Are we done now? Are we done now? Are you done with my shit? Did you have enough?
Give it a little break. Does that sound okay? Anyway, have you met Officer Jackson? He's a school resource officer at South?
No.
Okay.
Band
Officer
Vital
Jackson
Smasher.
says you are a current student there. Why would
Band
Officer
Vital
Jackson say that?
Smasher. How about this?
Because you're
Vero Smasher and Vital. What you guys? Vero Master and Vital Smasher. Okay, whatever the fuck that sentence is. Whoever insults your dads first, whoever gives me the best dad insult gets to stay on band right now. Whoever insults their dad first stays. 1, 2, 3. Who's staying? Who's going? Who's staying? Who's going? Who is? All right, Vero's staying. Vital's going. Vital. All right, Vital. Say goodbye to the chat. Pick your number and say what you're going to miss most about the chat. Vital, pick your number, at someone in the chat, and say goodbye. All right, that's enough. Remove from the broadcast. D. Marie with the follow. LOL Mans with the follow. W. Keblin with the follow. Flex Offender with the 2 months.
Current student there, and you're kind of pulling my leg a little bit. And that you're in band.
Go wipe. I'm just letting it sit in my boxers. I don't really give a fuck.
Well, that's probably a dime a dozen these days.
Ellen makes an additional attempt to divert attention away from her wrongdoing onto someone else's wrongdoing. This is otherwise known as deflection, and it's Ellen's favorite type of defense mechanism.
I've had temporary amnesia in the past. There was a couple of instances where I have passed out and lost my vision and my memory.
Okay.
And it was when I had a
Are you
throat
seriously
stone.
ripping ass on
Do you have a
stream?
throat stone right now?
No.
Oh.
That's actually, you guys are experiencing, it's called ear tremors. Let me explain what you're hearing. There's basically little ear beads in your ears that are going.
So when you have this temporary amnesia, who takes you to the doctor?
I don't really talk to anybody or reach out.
You would certainly tell your mom or your dad if you have temporary amnesia.
I feel like I can't really go to them for anything.
Wait,
I
how?
feel like
What?
I'm a bother.
Where's your dad?
I don't know.
you needed to get a hold of your dad right this second, what would you do?
I'll call his cell phone.
What's his career? What does he know how to do?
Sometimes he
This content gets you sleepy? All right, Rob, go take a nap then.
What was the last
Remove from the broadcast, and no one
Was it
can.
roofing job? You said for a neighbor?
Yeah,
Okay. Did he get paid for that?
I believe so.
How much money did he get for that?
Amishan with the
I'm just
follow,
trying to
W
figure out
Kibble
what
with the
happened.
follow. Welcome, everyone.
That's all.
I'm trying to piece together everything right now.
Well, so far you've told me you're 18 and your name is Rain. And I'm here to tell you, you're 15 and your name is Ellie.
What?
go by
How is
Rain.
that
You go by
possible,
Rain?
dude? How is she lying like this?
So your friend would know you as that. Like Russell goes by Mike? Okay.
Note that while Ellen has allowed Detective Smith to state that her name is Ellie and she's 15, Ellen has not accepted blame or outright acknowledged that she was lying. Ellen's lies surrounding her identity could indicate that dissociation is present. Ellen would be in a state of dissociation in this moment if she's protecting herself by psychologically separating herself from something, in this case, her identity. Separating oneself from one's identity is a form of dissociation termed depersonalization. For example, she wants to be someone else who did not conspire to kill her father and potentially go through traumatic abuse.
Rose. They call me Rose. I'm so out of it right now. I haven't taken any drugs.
Okay.
You can test me for anything you'd like.
How about
Rumor
retardation?
was that Ellen began to dabble with THC and nicotine once she reached high school, following the occurrence of a specific taboo incident.
Literally, her and some kid like did it on the bus, got like in trouble for it. After that, she like started like smoking and like doing bad things.
Based on accounts of others, evidence is mounting that Ellen's problem behavior emerged at around 14 or 15. 50% of all mental illnesses begin by the age of 14.
I told you, Sierra saw you at the house with Gavin this morning.
Full of
Olivia saw
seed.
you at the house this morning with Gavin and a couple other people. Sparklebeak is somewhere I don't know that you took Sparklebeak this morning from your sister. So, I mean, that's just like what I'm coming up with off the top of my head as things that I have told you that
Fuck
would
Sparklebeak.
be perking you up and waking you up and like, oh my goodness, I'm sitting at the police department. I've just heard all of these facts.
On my website, dude. Sean, go buy one. I'll follow you on your social.
Stuff, and the things you're doing right now are not unusual for people to do. They don't want to
Pube
talk
hair in her
about something.
throat.
It's hard for them to talk about something.
Dude, guys, she's 15.
I don't want you to.
This is phlegm.
Oh, it's phlegm. Okay. I don't want to take your water away because if you want it, you need it.
Actually, she killed
but you
someone.
also
All bets are off.
keep worrying me about every time you drink it.
It's all back in my throat now.
Yeah, you're used to things
You're
going to
good
the.
All right. What was Gavin doing at your house?
Walking around.
Okay. Doing what though?
Walking around.
So what was Gavin
Walking
doing?
around. Doing the murder.
He was there the night.
Doing a
Did Dad
homicide.
let him in? I wouldn't have let him in without talking to my dad.
Well, you were there too, because you were packing up.
Packing up.
Yeah. We need to get past this tough stuff to talk about.
In reference to tough stuff to talk about, this is a passive confrontation made in an effort to appear sympathetic and understanding.
Saying I don't remember, saying I'm tired, saying any of that is a cop-out.
So the truth is a cop-out.
So what's the truth?
I don't remember. I'm so out of it.
What do you think Gavin and Mike are saying?
I don't know.
So what's your measure stick?
Okay.
This
Dude's
is an
having a
obvious
literal
ploy to play the
schizo
prisoner's dilemma.
breakdown.
Law enforcement regularly utilizes the prisoner's dilemma to coerce drug dealers into ratting each other out. Technically, it occurs when two parties each make self-beneficial decisions, which result in a less than ideal outcome for both.
I'm going to show you a magic trick. I'm about to get a life sentence
Yeah.
without trying.
To be honest, people, I know they Gavin knows the police force here.
Who's Mike?
One of Gavin's and mine friends.
Okay.
More Gavin's, but
Detective Smith has made a sliver of progress. She's gotten a small foot in the door. The foot in the door technique is used to counter resistance in interrogations. Ellen has acknowledged that the two other detained individuals are in fact Gavin and
Who
Russell,
hosted?
and that she does in
we
fact
got a
know
bunch of
who
raids,
they
man.
are.
Huge raids.
This may seem like a small
This channel
victory,
always gets
but
hosted.
by way of the foot in the door technique, Detective Smith has greatly increased the chances of Ellen providing more important information.
And that was actually the older boyfriend.
we were friends with benefits, but never really a relationship.
Okay. And did your dad approve of that relationship?
I didn't really tell him about it, but he saw us holding hands and he freaked out.
As he
It's
should.
been dawning on me, and I'm going to point this out to you, that you have a pretty good memory of all of that stuff, but you can't tell me what happened.
First 48 has
10 hours
TOS in
ago.
it. They
Not
show
even 10
bodies
hours
and
ago.
blood and shit.
It's ingrained in me.
That's why nobody watches it on stream, really. It's too much TOS.
You know what happened 7 hours ago.
Do I?
Yeah. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've seen a parent act the way your mom was acting this morning. She was literally on the ground.
Wow, she's fooling
sobbing,
everyone, you guys. It's crazy.
on her knees with her head buried into the ground, sobbing. She's worried about you. She's worried about Aaron.
I'm worried about my dad too. From what you
Video
said,
captions.
there's blood at the house and he's gone.
Yes.
What up, T-Con?
I feel like that probably doesn't come as a complete shock to you.
I'm very good at hiding my emotions. I have to be strong for my little sisters.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot at this point you owe your little sisters. What if your dad can still be helped?
Then let's find him.
Detective Smith is gauging Ellen's response.
Yeah,
You got a
go
band thing up in Salem?
to. That's a view-botting site that's meant to be delusional and drain your wallet to the gambling streamers. So yeah, have fun falling for that trap.
PCI,
What's that?
Pacific Coast Invitational.
What instrument do you play?
It's like the front percussion. I don't even know the name of the instrument I play.
Do you play cymbals?
No.
Do you play a triangle?
No.
Detective Smith is warming Ellen up, encouraging
for the
her to
three
talk
people
about
over there
something
that
she
have the
knows
state
Ellen
deal.
enjoys, music. Most of those we spoke with who knew Ellen knew her through band.
She was just kind of, an average band student. I think she played the clarinet. And
Arrest her.
bass
She is
did
arrested.
So she did marching band. I would say that's like where the majority of her friends were kind of located. She was one of the kids who, hung out, in the area during lunch and stuff. So she was, just a
I'm gonna lose
regular
it. I just
band kid.
I'm not streaming
You gonna take a little sleep?
on another platform for way less. It's
Okay.
not worth it. Not what they already paid me. I could never stream ever
Ellen
again.
puts her head down as if to go to sleep,
Like, they
passively
already-
ending the
I
conversation
like
at this
streaming, though.
point. A very common tactic employed when a suspect is not getting the information they want from the investigators. Since she cannot craft her story to fit the facts, she attempts to stop talking.
Excuse me? I get so nauseous.
The Twitter link on your website sends us to an Action Man page.
Cam right there, okay?
The Twitter link on your website. What do you mean?
I'm gonna see. I know we have like
Oh, on the website? I'll look into that.
Ellen then asks for a place to lay down. Detective Smith leaves. Afterwards, Ellen continues picking at her skin and her nose, and appears to place her fingers in her
You getting
mouth.
life, bitch.
Consider the meaning behind Ellen's
One today at the
non-purposeful
foul King's
gestures in
Ace of
these
the
moments.
the 5 months.
Although Ellen appears guiltless at times, her physical ailments may be legitimate somatic manifestations of her guilty conscience.
Okay. I found blankets. Is that fine?
She knocks on the door. An officer comes by and Ellen asks for the restroom.
I'll give it to you, please. 1 second, okay?
You go to prison
The
for the rest
officer
of your
then
life.
leaves. She's avoiding her surroundings
How do
any
they
way
think
she can.
that they're not
Sleep,
going to
leaving
prison
the room
forever?
asking for nausea meds, which will likely make her tired and sleep. This is a common avoidance triad often used by suspects.
You need to use the
God damn, every female detective in this motherfucking police
Ellen is
district
getting bored.
good looking as hell.
This is a common tactic we see,
That
where a
blonde
suspect
chick
is left
can probably
alone in
suck
an interrogation
mad
room and they
dong.
become bored and anxious. The goal is to
I'd
convince
like
them
to
that talking will
investigate
get them
how
out
you
of
could
there
make
sooner,
my master
leading
vein
to a sort of
explode
reprieve,
drastically.
both physical and psychological.
I'm just
Detective
kidding, guys.
Smith
It's a joke.
returns. She brings paper and crayons. While this is seemingly infantile for a 15-year-old girl of allegedly sound mind,
She was mid,
it
man.
could be her
Get your
drawings will be
goof ass
examined
up
for
outta here,
indicators of
man.
evidence,
What
state
are you
of
saying
mind,
right
or
now, man?
other information.
Come on.
They may also serve to relax her and ease her anxiety,
serious, dude.
making her somewhat more likely to talk, though ultimately still be bored with such simplistic items when questioning
Yes, she's
resumes.
15.
Hi. A mermaid? Well, I know what it is. A pretty treat.
Detective Smith reminds Ellen of her rights. This is common whenever there's been a break in questioning.
So, I know Gavin was at the place at your house this morning. I know your dad's home. I know Mike was up standing outside your house. I know you guys went down to Gavin's house on Island. I know that you moved the car
Hey
around.
guys, if you're ever feeling bad about your life, at least you're not in this position.
I'm not. I want
Officer,
you to
do
know
you
that
have
we
any
know what's
perk
going
30s
on.
you may have picked
And the
up from
bottom
the back of a
line,
four-wheeler
bottom
about
line in
30
all of
minutes
this
ago that I know
is
absolutely
why did
nothing
all of this
about.
happen today?
Him feeling nauseous.
She's searching for corroboration.
I'm sorry, can I get some more water?
Does she think she's fooling anyone?
But
Dude,
you
like my
haven't been doing
Fortnite
it
field
stuff
teammates. You
with
think
your
you're
throat
smarter than
since
anyone,
I've left.
dummy?
I mean,
Thank you,
things seem a
Spice, for
little
the
bit over.
bits, dude. I appreciate you,
So
bro.
why did this happen today?
Officer, no, I
In
don't.
response to Detective Smith's
What up,
question
Skylar
about
World? You're the
why
goat,
did this
dude.
happen today,
Why today?
Ellen asks if she means her plans to run away.
Why did I try to run away?
But Detective Smith quickly closes down this denial by stating,
You know that's not what I'm talking about.
this is an indirect confrontation, purposefully left vague to
I was
encourage the
stupider
suspect
at
to speak
15.
of the crime
No,
in
man,
their own words.
I'm not in prison, so yeah.
Why was Gavin at your house?
How are you gonna
Why
say I'm
was my
dumber than
son
someone who
outside
killed their own
or
dad
whatever
and
you
got
call
caught?
him? Why did you guys go down there? Why did you guys end up out on Highway 140? Well, I actually know the answer to that. We're not playing anymore. We have the facts.
Detective Smith insists that they have the facts. They have stories and statements, but they don't have facts. This is common misdirection, and at this point, the questioning will get more direct and targeted.
I was
Detective
shooting
Smith
heroin
is
at
done
15,
playing
and I was shooting heroin at
Ellen
18.
knows it.
Can we start from the beginning of your side now? We have
Still
other
more
sides.
productive than those
What I don't
Fortnite
have is your
retards.
side.
Still.
'Cause you've been messing with
Imagine
me all day.
shooting heroin and still being
Can
more
we have your
productive than
side?
someone grinding Fortnite.
Tell me
How
your
the
side.
fuck is that possible? But it is.
Have you
I'm
been
literally
taking clothes out of
comparing
your
it
house?
side by side.
Okay. Start there.
Well, my situation with my father abusing me had gotten worse, so I was looking for a way out. So I started a plan to run away.
Note as Ellen talks, she also keeps scribbling with the crayons. She's splitting her attention to avoid the interrogation as much as possible.
All of that blood that your sisters walked in on is your dad's.
What's up, Gigi? How are you? What up, Isaac?
What is
Russell
going on?
attacked my father.
How are my veins? Good.
Ellen
I
states
didn't miss
Russell
much.
attacked my father, and his
I was
bloody
good at shooting
machete is
dope.
over by the northern Walmart. This signifies a major shift in her psychological stance towards both Detective Smith and the interrogation.
So tell me everything you saw that happened to your dad.
Is it better now,
didn't see
chat?
anything.
You hear better?
Like I said, I was in the back room, and when I heard the whole thing going on, I jumped out the window and I ran.
Okay.
There's something different about the way Ellen speaks here versus the way she's spoken previously. The cadence is off.
Can you hear it better? Hello?
She cuts herself
Anyone
short.
home?
She's lied consistently up to this
Hold on,
point, but
Tristan
this
Nation.
moment seems significant. Perhaps the outcome of the conversation is more salient to her at
My
this
bad.
point. Whatever the case, her speech deviates significantly from baseline, an indication of heightened physiological arousal.
Okay, I'm gonna take notes so I can keep track of this, okay? How do you know Russell was with your father?
Because Gavin was with me, with my stuff. He was with my stuff.
I'm
How do
sorry,
you know
Blue
Gavin was
Skies.
with your stuff?
My bad.
Because I could see him through the back window.
How do you even know that a machete was involved prior to going out to that North Walmart area?
Because he had it on him. And then he pulled it out, and I saw the blood on it, and I realized
I mean, she
what
could
happened.
get charged as a juvenile
And
if she's
how
lucky.
are you guys getting around?
If she's lucky, she can go to
Walmart or
juvie.
that kind
Get
of
out
thing.
that jam. This is a premeditated, this is a
Got the
pretty
key and
bad
I took
crime.
my
I don't
dad's
know.
car.
This is another inconsistency. In terms of the last time Ellen claimed to have been in the car, several days prior to the murder, Ellen continues to scribble with the crayons.
So,
I already did, Penguin.
where did you meet up with
Feeling better,
whoever
Gigi.
was in your car? Was in the car?
The alley.
Okay. Is there-
Gavin took me back, and it was in
She's terrible
the
lying.
alley.
And what's the very next thing that happened?
Then Gavin and I go in to get the rest of my stuff, and Gavin has the car started, and Russell has a tarp hanging out of the back seat, or the back trunk,
Yeah.
and then,
Did you stop at Gavin's house first?
yes, we did.
Okay.
We drop all of my stuff off, and then I was hungry.
What
so
about your dog?
We dropped the dog off there.
Okay, gotcha.
He's there now.
Okay, okay. So you and Gavin go in to Walmart,
Pre-freestyle when you kill it.
and then you said you go to the SSI building?
Yeah, she literally trying to be a
That's
villain.
what Mike wanted to do.
What did he want to do there?
I guess he wanted to make Gavin his rep payee.
Did you go back to Walmart?
Yes, I went back into Walmart to return something.
Oh, what did you return?
Hair oil.
Okay. Where was Mike during that?
Well, since he killed my dad, and I have suspicions that he was in the trunk, maybe he went to
Cam,
do
it
something
depends
with
on the
bottle.
county and the state
Detective
attorney.
Smith pauses.
I mean, I've been a little
15
bit
is a
like,
pretty
blunt with
juvenile
you
system. You could
during
argue what's the
this
point of a
process.
juvenile system if they're going to be charged an adult.
anticipate
At 15 is what the defense lawyer would
This is a
argue.
dissonant contrast to her previous behavior of playing an extensive game of cat and mouse.
Then I'm going to be blunt with you. The information I have is you knew your dad was in the trunk. My guess is it probably wasn't a great feeling to know that your dad was in the trunk. Am I right? Yeah. What were you saying to Mike and Gavin about your dad being in the trunk?
I was asking them about it, like, what's in the trunk with the tarp? And they're like, a body. And I'm like, whose body? Why, is my dad in there? And Russell says yes. I believe that Russell's the one.
I can't. I literally could.
Was anybody wearing gloves
Here's what I'm
today?
doing.
Russell was.
You're always, I'm
Were
banning
you?
you, changing
At one
categories,
point, yes.
and if I
I
don't
think
drop under
Russell was
1,500,
the
I'm
one that
keeping you
insisted
banned.
that I put the gloves on.
And then what happened? You put the gloves on.
I put the gloves on. We go to Walmart.
So when we get the video footage from you in Walmart, we're going to see you in latex gloves walking around?
I didn't put them in my pocket, then yes.
Okay. Did you help with your dad out
No.
on 140? Because that would have been hard too.
140?
Yeah. Out.
They don't though, time. They
We
don't
have
ever
found your
enforce it.
dad,
They can't
and we know
enforce
he
it.
is dead. And we know that you and Gavin were there when he was taken out of the trunk. That's just things we know, okay?
They did pull over somewhere. That must have been where it was.
Yeah.
And then Russell threw the body over.
You like my shirt? Thank
How
you,
does that make you
Noel
feel?
X. Welcome.
Whether a suspect expresses remorse or is perceived to express remorse, it may influence severity of sentencing. A defendant who confessed and appears remorseful is more likely to avoid the death penalty.
I felt really bad.
The
What
death
did you
penalty.
say about it?
I yelled. I blew my top off.
What did you
Yeah,
yell?
listen to young
A
boy.
lot of things
Like,
that
give
I
me-
regret.
Tell me an example.
Knowledge of the crime now has been clearly established, and Detective Smith is working towards establishing elements of both the crime of murder and additional crimes like conspiracy.
Using swear words, but I was so mad that I used just a bunch of swear words.
To who?
Mike.
More than not feeling, Ellen struggles to identify emotions that would fit this moment, stating that she was using a bunch of swear words when Gavin and Russell, or as Ellen tells it, just Russell, were throwing her father's body off the side of the embankment.
One of the things also out there by your dad is the baseball bat.
A baseball bat? Is that what he used? Because my dad kept a baseball bat by the front door for protection.
Okay.
As a reminder, compare Ellen's behavior throughout the interrogation to the behavior Detective Smith established at the beginning of the interrogation. This behavior is similar to what Ellen was expressing when Detective Smith collected Ellen's baseline. Her paralanguage and micro-expressions are similar.
Where is that baseball bat now?
Well, you said it was found, so he must have saw it and used it along with the machete, because the machete did have blood on it, and it was dried.
Okay. How do you know it was blood?
It was red,
Okay.
like dark red, dried blood. I know what dried blood looks like. I'm a woman.
Okay. And tell me about what the baseball bat looked like.
It was dark. It was a black metal baseball bat.
The information we have is that you actually threw that baseball bat up into the tree.
What? But I was in the car.
Well, I'm a little bit thinking maybe you weren't in the car.
She's digging deeper into the extent of Ellen's participation in the crime. The whole time, she remains sympathetic and calm with Ellen.
Did you put it up in the tree?
I kicked it. I don't know if I kicked it. That's when I'm fine.
Oh, wait, let me see. You have a line on your foot from kicking the baseball bat? Okay.
I don't know if you can tell.
Was he making any noise or anything?
She wasn't in the car.
Could you tell if he was alive or if he was dead?
No. He was wrapped up.
How do you do this to your own dad at 15?
He was in a blanket.
Okay. And how did his head get covered in towels?
I guess Mike...
Like, dude, if there was evidence that her dad was abusing her and they planned to kill the father, she's going to get like 10 years for that, tops. Maybe less. If there was any motive to do this, if there was anything justifiable at her being 15, she could skate with a very, very lenient sentence. But from what I understand, her dad was a nice guy just doing the right thing. This is a bad, very bad crime.
Or Gavin must have wrapped him. But Gavin seemed just as shocked that that happened as I did. I think Mike took it too far and did that.
Okay. And where was he?
God, this bitch is dumb.
They were pulling out of the car.
And when you say they, you mean Gavin and Mike?
Yeah, Mike did most of it though.
Okay. But, I mean, he needed help. Yeah.
Ellen states they were dumping the body, but stated
Wait,
previously
what?
that Russell
What up,
did this on his
cocaine?
own. She continues to struggle to keep track of her lies.
Like, what, do you know the names of roads?
Yeah.
You do? What roads were you on that you know the names of?
I know that we went on Hillcrest.
Uh-oh.
You know you went on Hillcrest.
That guy
That's
just
all I
banned.
can remember.
We're up 400 viewers, buddy. Not looking good for you.
Okay. Okay. So, however way you're on Hillcrest, and then you get out to the road where your dad is.
What's up, Louise?
Taken out of the car. Okay.
Detective Smith employs a variety of active listening skills.
Are you Tossel?
Active
My
listening
boy.
encourages individuals to discuss difficult topics.
We go way
Detective
back,
Smith
Tossel.
additionally attempts to recreate the route taken to dump the body. This is another part of the
What's up,
narrative that will be
Austin?
important to the DA's case
What's
against
up,
the suspects.
Mikey WRX?
It will also help corroborate
What's up,
times
guys?
and locations.
What's
So
up,
Mike and
babe,
Gavin
buddy?
are out. They tell
What's
you to
up,
get
2,000 people almost in a
They tell you to
YouTube
do
video
something?
still?
What?
At 3 in the morning, man. What's
Things
up,
over.
everybody in here,
Gavin
man?
handed me the baseball bat.
Follow the
Somebody
fucking
handed you a
street,
shirt?
man.
A pink shirt.
Was it pink because that was its normal color?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it have blood on it?
If they must have thrown it out, then I guess so. It was all bunched up.
They felt like it was a problem, so they wanted to get rid of it? Okay. And then what do you see next?
What are you?
Mike,
What are you? What are you? What are you?
it goes. I saw it go over.
Did you see your dad's face?
No.
While this seems an odd question, it goes to knowledge of the circumstances and would confirm whether any or all suspects disposed of the body, or if they only disposed of other items at that time.
Okay.
But then they drive away, and then Mike gave Gavin directions as to where to leave the car. I don't remember
Is
where.
huge not permitted? What do you
Somewhere
mean?
hilly.
Ellen fiddles with a wristband, another meaningless action and indication of physiological arousal of some sort.
And so then what happens?
Well, I got my speaker back from a friend.
I got my speaker back.
Jeff.
God, I hate this bitch.
Did you guys tell Jeff anything about what had been happening?
No.
Law enforcement stopped by Jeff's house and discussed exactly what had happened.
I asked how they were doing.
Flex
They were
offender,
fine,
good night.
And they were smiling. Gave them the
Flex
speaker,
offender,
I
say your
said,
goodbye to the chat.
All right, well, I gotta get back inside. Gavin gave me a hug, and then they left.
And then we got detained.
So tell me about your relationship with your dad.
Well, he used to be a good father.
Remove from
but
the
he started getting
broadcast. Get the
abusive about
fuck
3
out.
years ago.
And you had told me about a time he called you mean names. Has that happened more than
Arcane with
once?
the follow, Daily with the follow. I'm Kai, Sinat Hamster with the follow.
All the time.
The fuck?
I don't know
The
what
fuck
brings
that
it
mean,
on.
man?
He just does it. I take all of the whatever happens.
How does he treat your sisters?
Like gold. He would get drunk, and wherever I was sleeping, he would come and he would lay naked with me.
What?
Okay.
So I would leave and try to sleep somewhere else in the house.
When's the last time that happened?
A couple of days ago, Saturday, after I came back from my band trip.
Okay.
Is she making that up,
And
or is
Nikki
that
came
true?
in and pulled him back into the room.
The hamster's alive? No, you're not. Stay dead, hamster. Stay in hamster hell.
Head, but that's, I think that's about
I
it,
don't
'cause
see
she just
what's
kinda
wrong
poked her
with
head
that.
around the corner
Bro,
and
you
sit
are
there and come
fucking
back into the
gross,
room.
man.
He's like, oh, okay, crazy lady.
Has he ever?
Yes.
Okay.
It got on my hand, but then I went and I just started scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing because I felt so dirty
When was that?
and so ashamed of myself. Like, right after I turned 15, like in the new year.
Okay.
I felt so ashamed. So dirty. I couldn't do that. Why would he do that to his daughter?
Bro, she trying so hard.
Mother shouldn't do that to my little girls. You're the first person I really told about this because it's hard. It's hard. It's breaking me down.
Take me down.
Memories.
What a bitch.
I never told my mom about it. And she's going to be angry when she finds out that I had it.
She gonna be angry when you found out you killed her husband.
He just thinks
You
he
sick
knows
wench.
He's been abusive towards me.
As far as the name calling and the
And
grabbing
physical and the emotional abuse, but not. Would you call this abuse? I'm not sure.
Well, I think different people have different definitions, so that would certainly be up to you if you think that.
I'm not sure what to call it at this point.
Do you want me to find tissues for you?
Retardation.
I'll be fine. This jacket is waterproof.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll have somebody bring us in some tissues, okay? Because I know this is hard to talk about. I know.
Why me? Why did he do it to me? I have no idea what he's done to my sister.
Because Ellen has been consistently dishonest, many of us may question whether her behavior is an outlandish form of deflection and diversion at this point. As
She's
this line
trying
of questioning
hard, though.
progresses, Detective Smith hears about possible motives.
She trying to give Amber Heard a run for her money and shit. If she wouldn't have killed this murder, she would have sucked the soul out of some A-list celebrity's dick and wound up winning millions in a fucking lawsuit settlement years later. Isn't that crazy? All she had to do was wait. All she had to do was wait till she was 19 or 20 and DM some rich guy on Instagram. What an idiot. Nice job, retard. Way to fuck up a totally free lifestyle because you couldn't wait 3 years, 4 years. Stupid.
But again, it's unclear that any of Ellen's claims are true.
He had said this girl was being abused, possibly by her dad. The other thing that he had said is that she had a boyfriend that the dad did not approve of. So that's also why we're kind of like, is she really being abused, or does she just really just wants to date who she wants to date?
I just want to know why.
What up, $1.40?
I thought it was okay. Because there was a few times when he was sobering.
Go fix my room. I'm so lazy. Why would I fix my room?
No.
Wait till you see the basement.
You can be upset.
I'm having a breakdown and I'm really sorry.
You what?
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
No, you're not.
I mean, are you sorry you're crying?
My dad would hit me when I cried.
She is clearly distraught here. Recall Gavin's less blatant self-hugging nonverbal in his interrogation.
Plan is to get her bags and get her the hell out of there.
Believe it. This seemingly insignificant posture is a prominent tell that individuals are emotionally distressed in some way. A new nonverbal indicator, even more telling if interpreted with Ellen's pacifying self-hug, is that Ellen is raising both shoulders high up to either side of her ears. This is also known as the turtle effect. Turtles recede into their shells to protect themselves against threat, and we can imagine that if Ellen had a shell, she would be tucking her head into it right now.
So much tears.
So many tears.
Well, I'm just gonna give you a minute, okay?
Yeah.
I'll only be gone for a second. I'll be gone long enough for me to find you a tissue, okay?
Ellen appears to be experiencing genuine surges of emotion well after Detective Smith has exited the room. She alternates rapidly between highly distraught to neutral expressions. Recall Jillian's statement about Ellen's rapidly shifting moods, which we discussed more accurately resembled rapidly shifting emotions.
And you know what? This is why I want to have sons. I'm not doing any of this shit. What the fuck am I watching here? You know what? I'm going to send that stork back. Give me a son now. Great. We'll do this later. What the fuck am I even watching, man?
We could infer from Ellen's expressions in this moment.
Guys, I'm referring to saying it's easier to raise a son. There's period blood in this case. There's hormones. It's all just wow. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, guys.
That she's struggling to regulate her emotions. This isn't to say that it's not reasonable for Ellen to be distraught over the alleged abuse,
too much.
But rather that her specific way of responding hints at potential abnormal emotion regulation and possible psychopathology.
She's just kind of filling us in, and she's going to come.
I'm saying, I'm looking at this. What I meant by that came off very, very ignorant. That was my bad. What I meant by that was that it just appears that, like, if I had a son, I would have more control. Like, dude, I'm pregnant. I love this guy. Let's kill my dad. It's so oily and emotional and glistening. No, man. What the fuck?
Back in touch with you. Okay? All right. It'll be really important that you're truthful about everything at this point, and we're going to help get through this, okay? All right. So she'll be back in just a minute. All right.
The officer encourages Ellen to be truthful about everything. Common thing to say, to play as if the truth is liberating and will help the suspect. It rarely helps them, though.
You are an artist. It sounds like there's been some talk about your dad and the way he treats you and like what to do about that and how to fix that. Do you know anything about those conversations?
This is the overture to establishing premeditation. Discussing conversations also sets up the stage for charges of conspiracy to commit murder.
There's not any that I was involved
Follow
in.
the fucking stream, boys, and get it in here,
It
baby.
sounds like at least something had been planned.
I think Mike might have planned something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I heard a knock on the door. And Mike was the only one in the yard at that point. And then I heard the door open. And I guess, I don't know, maybe he tackled my dad since all of his blood was on the couch. The majority of it. At least from what I saw. I don't know.
I feel like you're putting a lot on Mike.
Ellen spends a large portion of her interrogation blaming Russell, and Russell spends a large portion of his interrogation demanding her release. It's a tragic contrast.
3, all charges are to be dropped, and every recording due to that is to be destroyed.
Russell seems completely detached from reality, relishing in his perceived position of power by the demands he makes.
Yes, he does.
I know cops are really good at that. Oh, I misplaced that file.
Actually, you know what? I'd rather have the daughter.
Oh, I know your sick, twisted games, boy. 2 hours.
I'd rather
because
have my
I know
son,
Gavin has been put.
I'd rather have my son be addicted to League of Legends than this shit. This is fucking disgusting and putrid. God. This is what it's like when you don't make it on Fortnite YouTube. Yo, Avatar, thanks for the raid, man. Yo, someone shout him out. Scott, shout him out. Thank you, man.
In a different holding cell
thanks
in
for
a
the raid,
different
man. Hope you had a
building.
great stream, dude.
Release him,
Thank you
bring
guys
him
for following the
here
stream, man.
without handcuffs. You guys can hold on to
thanks for
this
following,
goods.
man.
I really don't give a... So, we can do this the nice way, and we negotiate, or we can do it the hard way, and I can release my bipolar.
I didn't even know how to beat the legal system with its own laws, too. Never tricked me.
I followed you, bro.
What are you diagnosed with?
Autism, bipolar, definitely don't get me mad. 90% of the time I'm cool.
Okay.
Unless you give me reason to hit you, then I hit you.
But actually, you don't really want that.
He seems to grow increasingly frustrated when none of these tactics gain traction. So he next tries setting a time limit to which they must comply, and arrogantly turns off the recording, gesturing to it as if it's some sort of standoff that the police are actually contemplating.
This guy. No way.
Clock's ticking. Gavin, Ellie, there. Or I say no more. Punk.
These are nonverbal signs of aggression and dominance.
They're just sitting there laughing at this asshole. This dude thinks he's in a movie.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had some bacon.
Russell begins to more directly mock law enforcement, showing clear signs of a lack of respect for authority. He's joking, but there are highly negative undertones to what he relates.
With a grease there and a grease there, everywhere grease all over the road. Whee! All the way home. 5 little piggies eating at the trough. Wait, no, wrong one. 3 little monkeys jumping on the bed. Wait, no. Hey, you guys want to hear another cop joke? 3 little pigs fell in the mud. That's a dirty joke. You want to hear a clean joke? You didn't scrub hard enough.
His behavior grows progressively confrontational, and his demeanor is far less
This
lighthearted.
dude is fucking
boy.
fighting ghosts and demons that aren't there. This guy's in another fucking planet. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what Discord mods actually look like.
It's not good. I should really have a talk with my bipolar side.
No, you shouldn't.
My bipolar
Yes,
side.
I should.
What the fuck? What a weirdo.
Some may argue that Russell is
NZ,
unknowingly
thanks to
working against the
follow.
potentially damaging effects of the
HCR,
isolation
thanks to
aspect
follow.
of the Reed interrogation technique. Russell takes control of his situation, regardless of whether it's founded in reality, likely reducing his feelings of boredom, thereby contributing to reduced emotional or psychological distress.
Please send Gavin and Ellie Fryer into this room, please. Thank you. Asking nicely.
He might be under a delusion, but Russell's behavior is still notably histrionic, similar to what we see throughout Ellen's interrogation. He puts on a variety of melodramatic displays.
Scissors and...
This is what happens when you try to get the Popeyes spicy chicken sandwich and you can't.
Pocket knives are nowhere on me. But my teeth are very sharp as well. I just found the wire that goes into the wall. And I really hate to get hurt by a cop. Or is it the other way around? I forget.
The police continue to let him speak, giving him all the rope he needs to hang himself further.
Who cares anyway? I just saw Gavin go by. Here's the thing.
45, how is this guy more
You
entertaining
passed
than
the
your
door.
friend if you were weak of
Bring him
vitamins
back.
and beasts? And for that reason I'm out.
Please. Thank you.
Individuals exposed to violence often display violent tendencies that develop as defense mechanisms. Here, it's almost as if Russell is putting up fists preparing to fight with his past, the one which reportedly included a significant amount of violence.
So one thing that we, just to kind of run you through it, and I'll let Jim take over, is you wanted to have a
Jim
cigarette
take over.
outside, gave you a cigarette.
I'm going to have Jim
I
take over
advised you
here.
of your Miranda rights, remember that?
Yeah.
Said you understood your rights.
The investigator wants it on record that he allowed Russell to smoke a cigarette and that he advised Russell of his Miranda rights
twice.
The investigator begins to quickly recap his previous testimony and what they did on the crime scene visit so he doesn't have an opportunity to retract his prior statements of guilt.
This room's recorded. It's got a mic. And you turned it off earlier.
Well, I turned it off and on several times.
You really told us
These guys are like, nice, dude, we're going to get a bunch of overtime pay for this.
that last night is when you and Gavin walked over to
A requirement of being,
and then you met her.
another requirement of being a homicide detective is having the worst fucking hairlines of all time. My God, is there one fucking male homicide cop that has a hairline semi in function? Holy shit.
Her at Union Park?
Literally says
Okay,
me.
that's what you
Yeah,
told
it is
me.
ironic. Fuck you.
Is that-
I hope
is
you
that still
all go
true?
fucking bald.
Okay.
I hope you all
We
go
can easily
fucking
interpret
bald.
Russell's
All of
behavior
you.
as psychopathic,
Fuck you
and that he doesn't
all
display
you go
signs of
bald.
remorse, even occasionally laughing. Based on information from sources and from what Russell has stated about himself, he more likely does not comprehend the true meaning and impact of what he's done.
So why don't we start from the beginning?
Void, thanks for the follow, Void. Follow the fucking
Just give us
stream.
the, I mean, you've been
You
very
guys, I'm gonna fix the channel points. Right now they're running. I know I've been saying it, dude. I'm getting my feet on the ground, moving here, dude. I'm gonna change it to like when whoever watches the stream most is gonna get prizes. I'm gonna do VIP giveaways for watch time, monthly watch time, dude. I'm gonna have like King of the Month. Every month there's gonna be like, I'm gonna VIP the guy that has the most watch time, and whoever does that, I'm gonna give the top 3 guys cash. And then I'll like do a giveaway to like the random other top 15, like a couple $100 extra. Nothing, it's no life-changing money, but I'm saying like it'll be like $500 or something. I'm saying I need you guys in the stream. I need people in the stream as much as possible. I need people in the stream as much as possible. I'm saying even if you're gonna watch someone else or do something else, just leave a tab and then go do it. I know it sounds desperate, but that's because it is. I love you guys, man. Thank you for understanding.
cooperative and truthful. So you're very intelligent. Yeah.
Russell
not
is more
capping.
likely
I'm
to
being dead
respond by
serious.
continuing to be truthful because he may wish to be perceived as intelligent.
That was part of
I need the soldiers like you guys.
an adult conversation.
There we
and
go,
you
my
think,
man
wow, this
Crick
kid's pretty
18
smart.
and
But it's not
sibling,
because he knew what he was talking about.
bruh
it's because he
76 with the
memorized
follow.
and read.
Let's go, boys. We're surging into the just chatting dominance. Soar, little just chatting wings. Soar. Fly. Fly away.
So I started wanting to head over. And
No, I didn't, bro.
Right when I wanted to head over, she texts. So it's almost like she read my mind. So we headed over. He went through the gate because we were going to go through.
When you talk about he again.
Gavin.
Okay.
Went through her window. I followed shortly after. Got nervous about it, but hey, what I do for a living. We got all the bags loaded out.
What do you do
and
for a
she
living?
Said that she's gonna grab the keys and pull the car around while Gavin, I say, talks to the guy, but that's far from.
There is widespread belief that individuals on the spectrum cannot distinguish between moral right and wrongness. Contrarily, individuals diagnosed with autism often possess an
Spinely
even
prick
greater
with the 5
conceptualization
gifted.
of right and wrong.
Getting
In
us to
Russell's case, he
40K,
seems to have
baby,
an
I love
extreme
it.
idea of what is right in this situation.
Shout out,
Believing that
shout out my man Spinely Prick. I'm sorry for pausing this shit, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Let's get it, baby. We get near 40,000 subs, guys. We're close.
what happened to Aaron was fully justifiable.
Did you ever climb through the window?
No.
Okay.
No, I only went through the front door.
Afterwards?
Yeah, after the beating.
Okay.
Just as Gavin told
After the
investigators
beating.
that he hit Aaron instead of killed.
After I hit her dad.
Russell tells investigators that he only entered the location after the beating, versus after the killing or the murder. This again is distancing language, essentially psychological avoidance.
So earlier, at this point,
They killed him, they stabbed his ass to
her dad
death.
came in with a gun. And
The
arrested
beating.
him. Okay.
Yeah, the beating. Like it was a sequel to your favorite movie. The Beating. Rated R, starring 3 retards from the suburbs with absolute retardation. Rated R for octane, blood, gore, nudity, sexuality, language, violence, and drug use. In theaters September 6, 2023. EA Sports. It's in the game. And I might have AIDS.
Just wanted to make it look like he was a good guy. And he is a good guy, trust me.
Who is?
Gavin.
What a
When you
retard
went
beating.
in, what did you see?
Very scary face.
I think what you originally told us that his body was still twitching when you got there.
Yeah,
This is
he
the
was-
mastermind.
Gavin checked his He was still moving due to the
This is the
gases,
mastermind of the crime.
mixture within the body. Okay. I went through the front door, went straight to the bathroom.
Okay.
Because I was like,
Yeah. It's something that Ellie has been wanting to happen for a while. And that the 3 of you guys have been having those conversations.
I was not in the planning of killing him.
What he says here contradicts his prior testimony, the evidence, and Gavin's testimony.
We've been talking about like moving her out several weeks, and then the big finale was make it look like he kidnapped her.
He calls the plan to make it look like a kidnapping, the grand finale, once again showing no remorse, almost as if this is a movie or novel plot.
And put him in a car. Gavin would drive over state line to California. I was gonna do.
You guys are going to tie him in the front seat of a passenger car with him alive and drive him across California?
Yeah, that was my idea. Killing was not my idea.
Worst idea
You know,
ever
going
from a
over last
retard.
That Gavin was gonna kill him? No.
Or assault him?
Well, probably assault, but I didn't.
That was
expect
all
him to
me.
kill. Just like probably a few broken
That's a
ribs
good
or
comment.
something.
I mean, that's something he talked
Giga
about.
Chad.
He
Whoa,
talked about
Giga
killing.
Chad. That
Russell was
all
aware
me.
that murder was a possibility.
That was
Under the
me.
law,
I
he
did
would
it.
have already been guilty of felony murder, which is when, in the commission of a felony, like aggravated assault, i.e. assault with a weapon here, or burglary, if one defendant kills the victim during the commission of another felony, even if it wasn't planned, all defendants can be charged with the murder.
I tried to talk him out of killing him.
I love you too, man.
But when they talked about it, what did they propose to do?
Take him over state line, cut the brakes or whatever, make him go into a gas station. and
All
do
kinds
the-
of things got talked about?
Yeah, but I always.
They were trying to recreate 1,000 ways to die with this chick's dad. Well, actually, I wanted to cut his throat and throw him 1,000 yards and then bury him alive and blow him up with a nuclear bomb. No. What we actually were going to do is beat the dog fuck out of him, stab him, then shoot him 30 times. No. We actually were going to undo the brakes. The detectives are like, what the fuck is going on in here? Like, what?
Did Ellie ever come out and say he's going to take a bath and do this?
Man, Birdman lover right now.
Gavin says that she handed him the bath.
Yeah.
Go do it.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
What did she tell you when she came out?
She said that she's gonna go around the block, grab the car, give the signal, and Gavin would go take care of business.
So you knew when she had the car that Gavin's going to take care of business?
Well, I didn't know that he was gonna kill him, but like, just I thought take care of business as in like hurt the guy.
Okay.
Russell contradicts himself by saying he thought take care of business
So,
meant
hey,
just hurt
what's
the
up,
father,
Kozo?
after he just finished telling the investigator all the ways he shot down the other various methods. Gavin and Ellie suggested killing him.
So you have the Samsung phone?
Yes. The red and black.
The red and black one? And did we find that on you when we stopped
yes.
you? And is that passcoded?
Yes.
Hey, my shirt, thank you. Firefighter Jake, thanks for the follow, man.
So if this is the top of the phone?
Should be easy.
Okay.
Because my new name is Mike Smith.
Oh, I can already see what it is. Do you
Mike
recall how
Smith.
they talked about that they were going to kill him when they wanted to?
That's
Besides
so crazy.
the big. Of all these pages that I wrote down, the majority of this sounds fairly accurate. Yeah. It's just the
Dude,
gun
this
stuff
guy.
wasn't accurate. Okay.
I just wanted to make it look more helpful on his end.
Consistent with the interrogation up to this point, Russell seems to be prouder that he could help than worried that he did.
He told us several times throughout
He
our
just
conversation.
changed his
that
name
you didn't
mid-interview.
cause the death.
No, I did not.
Do you think
He's
he was
the
awake? when he got
craziest
hit?
guy ever.
Probably just falling asleep. All I heard was, like I said, the thuds and the
What is this
moaning.
guy's haircut, dude?
One of Ellen's neighbors had also heard Aaron's moans, likening them to an animal dying. That same neighbor declined to interview,
It's not funny.
stating, "Hello, Abby. Thank you for asking so kindly, but I don't think I'd like to discuss it for your platform. It was a pretty traumatic experience for me personally, so I think I'll have to pass. Have a great day."
Any other stops after you left Aaron's house before you got to Almond Street?
He said he took his gray sweatshirt and put it in a washer over at a friend's house after you guys left, before you go to Almond. Do you remember that?
No, I was probably still terrified that there was a dead body in the trunk right behind me.
Russell does not necessarily deserve credit, but take note that this is the first time any one of the individuals involved in this crime expressed
changed
discomfort
his
with the
name.
fact that Aaron's body was in the trunk of the car while they ran errands.
One of the things that Ellie is telling another detective is that it actively got talked about as far as planned out, different things got talked about.
Yeah, we talked about it, but never really, I wasn't really going to do anything. Kind of like I could say I'm going to punch a cop, but that doesn't mean I'm going to actually do it.
Russell displays his disdain for authority when he makes an analogy involving punching a cop,
Right in
which
front
may
of
be a
cops.
subtle way to threaten the investigator. It also shows his lack of intimidation for their authority and or lack of social or situational comprehension.
So retarded.
Well, I was agreeing to a degree, but not 100% agree.
Do you think Ellie knew that it wasn't 100%?
I'm not sure what goes through women's heads. If men knew, we'd be able to understand women. Not
Durf, thanks for the follow. What's up, dude?
She didn't say anything about him killing him.
Valerie,
She just
DG
said, "Take
Valerie, thanks for the follow.
Did she say take him out?
Probably. It was a lot of things went on last night, and I'm still terrified
What's
that there
up,
was
Rhino?
Again, Russell is the only member of the trio who expresses shock at the sight and or presence of a dead body. But what he says next is particularly unsettling.
Did you send anybody text messages going, "Can you believe what we just did"?
No.
Do you believe I'm riding in the car with a dead body?
No, I'm not. I might be.
It's so
blonde, but I'm not-
serious, bro. It's crazy, man.
I'm only part blonde.
Ever thinking about trying to see
If I could be Mr. Popular because I have a dead body behind me, no.
No, or if Aaron needed help, were you pretty convinced he was dead?
Why would you be Mr. Pop?
You told us that you were hyperfunctioning autistic?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Sometimes.
Would it be wrong to kill someone?
The investigator brings up Russell's autism and directly asks him questions that
This
a
is your
defendant
biggest
would be
defense.
asked to see if that defendant is mentally fit to stand trial.
Don't say no.
Doing this helps defeat a possible
Yes, it
insanity
does.
defense
Oh,
or
this
mental
is big
incapacity
right here,
defense
boys.
he may
Let's
try to
see how
use
he
later
plays this
because
one
of his
out.
autism diagnosis.
Right.
Consider that mental illness and its role in
Yo,
influencing
Makeout Hill, what's
criminality
up,
is
baby?
highly complex. A mental health professional would spend several hours over multiple sessions determining this. This is only a starting place.
Well, see, here's another trick with that. What's to say that it's wrong to kill someone in self-defense?
Okay, but what if
So killing is killing. So
what if this isn't self-defense?
Self-defense would be if her dad came at him.
Right, and there's no evidence of that.
Versus
Because
him getting mad that her father, Aaron, tried to sleep with his daughter.
Okay. Do you think it would be wrong to kill somebody that's sleeping with their daughter?
It's not lawful for fathers to do that with their kids.
Lawful understanding differs from moral understanding. Russell is either aware of what the investigator is attempting to do or exhibiting signs of genuine confusion surrounding morality.
Would you consider yourself an intelligent person?
some degree.
What is your diagnosis?
Bipolar, which I keep down with cigarettes.
Cigarettes do not keep down bipolar disorder.
Doesn't do anything.
If anything, nicotine ingestion
Right,
increases the
blood,
likelihood of the
yeah.
onset of depressive and manic episodes.
Are you just bipolar?
Yeah.
Any schizophrenia?
No.
The investigator may ask this because he also believes that Russell exhibits delusions and, potentially, hallucinations.
Dreamweaver
Hallucinations and
Ricky with the
delusions, as
follow.
stated previously, are symptoms of psychosis not typically associated with bipolar disorder and more typically associated with psychotic disorders like schizophrenia. Fewer people know that bipolar disorder can occur with psychotic features. This is more likely what Russell is experiencing.
You talked about punching a cop in the face. Do you know it's wrong to punch a cop in the face?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I know if
You know it's wrong
try
to kill somebody.
Yes, depending on the situation.
So was it talked about prior to going over there, or while you were over there, that
Thank
Gavin
you,
was
Crystal.
gonna
You do too. I
assault-
appreciate that. I do also.
that
You're right.
Gavin was going to assault the dad?
He said that he didn't like it, and he was not happy with the text either.
Were you upset about that?
Being a protector of females, yes.
A protector of
And
females.
if anyone tried to do that to my daughter, I'd probably grab a shotgun too, because no one harms my family like that.
How did the assault, how was that supposed to happen?
We were supposed to try and find chloroform and knock him out, but we couldn't find any chloroform because it's not online anymore. Gavin told me that he knew some karate. I said, well, is there any pressure points that would not kill him? He said there were, and that they would try to, but I guess they didn't want to.
Is the reason that you brought the machete was kind of a backup?
Yeah, just a backup if he was to try and come at one of us. But I wasn't going to go like, I'm going to kill you. No. It's more like, stay back or I will. But it was never needed. So.
If,
Fuck, I'm like
Gavin
nodding
would've
out,
said,
dude. Fuck,
come on
come on
in
in.
through the window. And Gavin's got a bat, and Gavin says to you, I'm going to take this bat and bash it over his head.
Dude, that weed strain was strong.
I would have tried to convince him only to break Aaron's rib cage, but not kill him.
Okay.
Just knock him out, probably like one hit, knock him out.
Would you then continue on with trying to convince him to, once he's knocked out, put him in the car and take him to California?
Yeah.
Russell doesn't skip a beat before answering that he would have taken Aaron to California after knocking him out. He is oblivious that guilt would be an appropriate emotional response.
Because
that's the other
one
part of the plan,
plans.
right?
That was one of the plans, yes.
What's the other plan?
My plan was to tie him in the woods, have a stern talking to him, like, you do not do that to your family. And hopefully that would scare him.
You do not do
me
that.
And Gavin and Ellie
You do not do that to your family.
and he can
And go to California or somewhere else?
Probably just back to the house and wait till my grandma gave me the RV. And then we were going to take my RV. That was the ultimate plan.
Gavin would later claim that Russell's firm talking to Aaron plan was, in reality, a tie him to a tree and murder him plan. Note Gavin's nonverbal indicators throughout this portion of the interrogation. He appears the most distressed in relation to the crime. This is logical, both in that the repercussions are the most severe, and what he did was the most severe.
Whose idea was it to cause harm to her dad? Who first brought it up?
She did.
Ellie brought it up?
She was the one who first wanted to.
You'll have to speak up a little bit, I can't hear.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. She was the one who first was like, I want my dad dead. RJ was wanting to knock him out and then go take him out somewhere and then kill him.
RJ was?
That was what he was.
Did RJ ever talk about tying him up to a tree and having a stern talk with him?
He didn't tell me about that, no.
How would your plan be to take him out and kill him?
So what my plan would have been was, like, if we gotten like chloroform, whatever, I would have gone in, I would have
Self-hug,
knocked everybody
baby.
out with it or whatever.
Knocked everybody out? Who?
Well, she has sisters or his girlfriend.
I gotta get
whoever was in
high.
the house.
Your plan was to use chloroform on all the kids and the girlfriend and him?
Yeah.
Even the investigator cannot hold back a shocked and disgusted facial expression. Investigators are human, and they have limits.
So is Ellie kind of responsible for facilitating this bat thing?
Yes.
Is there any talk about getting a gun and just shooting him?
That's what RJ was wanting to do the entire time, but I was like, you're gonna have to walk past him to get to the guns, and he's probably gonna wake up before then.
Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Yeah.
You do? Have you ever been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorders?
ADHD.
According to family, Gavin was also diagnosed with autism.
He's always been very,
Yeah.
since he's little.
Yeah, dude, I hate zoning out during a hard history or math class and then going home and murdering someone's mom or dad. Like, what the fuck?
Everything we've mentioned about Russell also holds the potential to apply in some capacity to Gavin. He could struggle to realize the true impact of what he's done, although it seems clear to him that the outcome is not good at this point in the interrogation. A family member we interviewed further mentioned that not everything registers for him.
When did you get diagnosed with ADHD?
I was like 7, and it hasn't changed. I mean, I've been off medication
What up, Vin
for
Zerks?
it since I was 17.
You were using medication until you were 17?
His struggle with these reported disorders could have largely influenced the execution of this crime. An anonymous acquaintance who spoke with us shared that he had noticed Gavin changing roughly around the time Gavin states he stopped taking his ADHD medication.
Oh, he changed. You can just tell by looking at him. He didn't have the same confidence he used to have. He just looked like he didn't sleep well. His hair became greasy. He just wasn't himself.
Bottom line, getting off medication and or stopping therapy when those interventions are needed has dire consequences for those and others who know those who struggle with mental illness.
And then I was like, I don't want medication anymore.
Did you need it?
I didn't feel like I needed it, no. And I've been I messed up big time, and I know I did.
You guys going over there and getting her bags, when did it start passing through your mind that you're going to take them out? Well, let me ask you this.
I was just so angry. I didn't want to kill him.
Right, I understand that.
Note how he bends his head down submissively, hunches his shoulders, and raises his vocal pitch. Gavin seems, or is attempting to seem, honest and simultaneously respectful of law enforcement in the room.
But when she hands you the bag, did you feel like, oh, this is going to go down, I'm going to go assault him?
I was thinking, is this really happening? I'm about to go kill someone. And I stopped and I kind of sat there frozen. I didn't know what to do.
Even though this was calculated, Gavin could have been genuinely afraid in this moment. Fear of what Aaron might do to him should Aaron have woken up may have pushed Gavin to do something that he ultimately would not have followed through with. We mentioned the fight or flight response previously, and what Gavin relays to investigators is that he froze. Individuals may also freeze as part of the fight or flight response. In Gavin's case, freeze may have turned to fight once he was closer in proximity to Aaron.
And
Did it go?
So what's your mom's name? You made it to the third quarter of your 12th grade year.
Yeah.
What happened?
I just wanted to get done with school because a lot of people were giving me all sorts of about like going around. I mean, I hadn't done anything to anybody.
What's up, Bitcoin underscore?
I wanted to get out of there. I knew killing myself wasn't the answer because that would just be pure stupidity. So.
Did you thug and lit?
I'm guessing I'm not going home.
I would guess that that's probably correct.
Okay, I'm going to get paid tomorrow.
Okay.
Murder is an automatic life sentence, isn't it?
When people ask me questions like that, it's not just a simple easy answer. Yes. I mean, I think there's a lot of different variables to it.
Is Ellie going home?
She's not. She's still talking with detectives.
Follow the fucking stream. If you're not, let's go.
Probably not.
4 in the morning, almost 2 bands still. Let's get it.
Gavin appears to genuinely care for Ellen. Interestingly, in speaking to sources, we found that Gavin
let's
had
get
cheated
to 3K viewers. Come on, only 1,000
I mean,
away.
I know this might be TMI, but I actually, hooked up with him. Everything was seemingly normal. We flirted a lot back then and talked about the possibility of a relationship. I did find out after hooking up with him that he was dating that other girl, so we pretty much just stopped talking due to that. He was really nice at the time. It could likewise have something to do with his ADHD diagnosis. Untreated, ADHD can increase the risk of promiscuity and infidelity. This is, again, largely due to issues of impulse control, excess energy, poor coping mechanisms, and poor emotion regulation.
Have you used any drugs today or drank at all today?
Other than my vape, no.
Do you use any drugs?
I do smoke weed.
Did you have a clear mind when this happened? Had you been drinking or using drugs when this happened?
Many of Gavin's old friends mentioned that he always had weed.
He always had a weed. Yeah, one of the last things he'd messaged me was, like, let's get an ounce. Want to come over and smoke.
He further elaborated that Gavin may not have responded the best to the drug and made some accurate and relevant points at potential negative outcomes of using it.
He was so high, he couldn't walk. We found a shopping cart.
What a
on the side of the road.
weirdo.
And forgot
I'm gonna
all his
murder
stuff on
someone,
the
I'm
side
so
of the road.
high.
I just
What?
picked it up for him. I was like carrying his board and his backpack, and he was just sitting in this shopping cart.
You
like,
ever been so smoked out you killed someone's
I'm thinking
dad?
It made him think weird. So, like, some people just, you know, I heard that. Some mental
Why does my
disorder
camera
can be
do what?
amplified
Let's go right now.
when you smoke weed.
I just know I just like seriously put myself over with this. From the beginning, I had a bad feeling about all this, and I was like, I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved. But we've been dating for a long time. We've known each other for a while. It's just hard.
Gavin is regretful, but not for taking Aaron's life. He implies here that he was doing this all because Ellen wanted him to. Although his family reported that Ellen was the prime culprit in manipulating Gavin, there are others who disagree.
I can't help but blame Gavin for a lot of it.
So you think that
By my dog, which I never had.
So my-
Verbal
let
drill
me
takes the
explain.
subgift, dude.
Because a judge signs a search warrant saying that we're gonna collect.
Oh, so a judge?
Judge signed it.
Yeah.
What stupid judge said that?
So let me read this to you. Okay? It's long. In the Circuit Court of the State of Oregon for the County of Jackson, search warrant, you are hereby commanded to search certain
Commanded.
and Russell Pierce Jones, date of birth 7/11/95, who are currently in police
Not
custody.
7-11, it's 7-1.
7/1/95. Okay. Okay.
You're gonna have to tie me down in a straitjacket to get my evidence.
Okay, and that may happen. Okay.
Of course I can too. Just try not to stick your finger in my mouth.
I won't.
I will bite it.
It's like, we can accommodate you if you want.
Kid once, and she had 4 guys hold my arms and legs down, and so she thought I was safe enough to put her hand close to my mouth. Let's just say she needed rabies shots after I bit her.
Don't bite me, please.
When's the last time you slept?
3 days ago.
Wow.
3 days
Individuals who have bipolar disorder struggle to sleep during periods of mania. This is highly suggestive that Russell is experiencing a manic episode, which tracks with the fact that he is also experiencing delusions.
I'll have you stand right there with your back against that wall so I can take some pictures of you.
Please.
Try not to get my face.
I'll get your good side, okay? Promise.
Come on.
I'll get your good side. Stand back against the wall and face me. Back against
Haven't
the
had a
wall.
follow in 14 minutes, man. What the fuck? Follow the stream if you're not.
Arms down to your side.
Sorry. His fucking hairline is frowning.
Okay, turn and face that way for me. You don't have to hold your mouth open like that.
I know.
Okay, turn and face
I
that way.
just feel like I'm like at school with the photos.
Mike, how tall are you?
Probably. I always say.
Let's go,
Face me, hold your
Schmee.
hands out in front of
Thanks
you.
to follow, dude. We got one, boys.
I always say 6, but I'm actually 5'9", probably.
Can you hold them up?
No, it didn't help,
Like
man.
Hitler or zombie or something like that.
Hold them still. Pull them over for me. Bring them down a little bit. Perfect, right there, Mike.
I thought you were a first-time viewer.
Face me. Turn around for me, face
Just
the wall.
don't ask me to take off my pants.
We're not
because I
gonna
have no
turn-
underwear on.
Okay, turn around, face the wall for me.
What'd you do with your underwear?
And tossed it. I covered it with the lot paper towels though, so.
He did not have the the skills really to be on his own. And this was kind
Chris
of just a
TNA, man. Thanks for follow, Chris.
final situation for him. I mean, we don't know, honestly, that he'll even make it out of prison. I don't know.
Hell no, his mouth's going to be getting pounded.
So
he doesn't get the severity of what.
No, he really
He
doesn't.
wants to help her. I go, she lied to you about all this abuse and all that. It was all lies. Well, you know what? I still would like to help her if I could. Oh my goodness. That's how he is. I kid you not.
Dude, they just manipulated this retard.
So
I'm
what's
sorry for
the
saying that.
situation with Ellie?
But
Will she be going home, or what's her case?
what's up, Chris? How
I
you
don't
doing,
know.
dude?
Maybe they did plan something.
Need you in here,
because
baby.
I
We
wasn't
needed
with
you.
them all of this
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
They had plenty of an opportunity to do that.
I am a super retard
Ellen has
at the age of
transitioned to using
27, but
they.
goddamn, please kick someone's ass.
What?
It appears now that Ellen is moving her focus to protecting herself over Gavin.
I'm gonna figure out if there's any new stuff and see if we
Kick
can
someone's
talk about
ass?
it.
What? All
that
right, thanks
fine?
for $7, Anonymous.
I don't like being alone.
Did you escape prison? Is that you? Are you the guy from the video? You fucking nut job?
Okay? Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Fear of being alone occurs alongside feelings of abandonment. In intimate relationships, individuals prone to feelings of abandonment may rely too heavily on their partners. Should their partners seek to end the relationship or spend more time with others, for example, these individuals may respond in extreme ways, threatening suicide or providing their partners with ultimatums, such as "stay with me or else." Another common extreme attempt to avoid abandonment present among women who suffer from this fear is lying about being pregnant. This maladaptive attachment may develop in those suffering from various mental illness. Maladaptive attachment in adulthood also often develops when individuals possess an anxious
Man, I'm too
attachment
high for
style,
this shit.
which is characterized by a longing for closeness. And as Ellen mentions, she has fear of being alone.
Can I hug you? No. What's wrong, kiddo? I need a hug. Why? Because
Same.
I finally
Yo.
opened out about.
Man, who press 1 if you were too high for all that? Press 1 if you were just way too high. That shit just blew you away. I was trying so hard to squint my eyes at that shit, and just nothing was making any sense. I guess I have ADHD, which makes me apparently murder someone. So yeah, there's that.
I told somebody about the abuse.
Whoever
that
press
I was
1,
going through.
if you press 1, you love dicks. Shit on.
Okay. I can sit here with you though.
Ooh, Space City, good take.
They've been divorced.
What up, World War II vibes? Whoa, is that a troll account?
3 or 4 years ago now. Okay.
Yeah, it is. All right, dude, stop.
Divorces that are not amicable cause great distress among children and may lead to negative externalizing behavior, otherwise referred to as acting out. In women and girls, it may more commonly lead to internalizing issues, such as increased anxiety and shame. Turbulent divorces may also lead to issues of attachment.
I like to draw.
We love cheese.
I'm also a musician.
You gonna be playing the skin flute? Where you going, bitch? On God. What up, Nose the Plug? How you doing, man?
He used to be so nice.
Nice to follow,
I
bro.
don't know what changed. I'm sorry that I'm crying. I shouldn't be crying. Okay.
This is what seems to be Ellen's first display of genuine remorse and sadness over the loss of her father.
I feel like I should say something, but I don't want to draw away from what's going on right now. I know minors that have marijuana in their possession and they regularly smoke.
Oh, that's not good.
So I thought since I'm
been a
here
while. What
and
up,
make a
Eon
report
Streams?
about it.
Okay.
It's interesting that Ellen calls out minors for smoking when she was known to have smoked herself.
I've never had any drugs or alcohol that I know of, unless my dad did something to me or spiked my drink. Because that's what he does to his girlfriend.
Snitch! You snitch, bitch!
And I have suspicions that he's done that to me in the past.
Talk to me about how Gavin is. What's he like?
He's protective.
Okay. So when you had that conversation with him on Saturday, what was his reaction?
He just tried to make me feel better. He told me it's not my fault that he's doing these things.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he wanted to punch him in the face.
Ellen claims Gavin had violent intentions towards her father, but this didn't allegedly involve murder or great bodily harm. From this point forward, Ellen mostly draws with little interaction between her and the second investigator. A few minutes later, she restarts the conversation with small talk. Ellen seems comfortable with the silence, but the second investigator is giving Ellen a break for a few minutes. This type of mental reset can let new thoughts surface. Then, when questioning restarts, new information may be shared.
How long have you been a vegetarian?
Since I was about 5.
Oh, okay. Is anyone else in your
Yo,
family
Kanga, man,
vegetarian?
were you serious,
No.
man? You did not just bring politics into this, man. Get your goof ass up out of here with that, man.
They all make fun of me for the way I eat.
That's not very nice.
It's very hurtful. Because your family is supposed to be the one that loves and accepts you. I've always been the black sheep.
Triple C,
The
thanks for
therapist
following,
at
man.
South Medford High School said that Ellen only mentioned that she was depressed, that there were more rules in her household than she would have liked, and that she was in a relationship with Gavin. Ellen seems to have a lot more to say right now than the therapist shared she did at the time they spoke. And this was within an approximate 2-month time frame. It's worth noting that this is a dramatic shift, and we can only speculate what it might mean.
So she came in on her own, and I asked her how her summer went, and she said things had been going really well. Since August, she'd been feeling some more depression coming on, and so we talked about that. As a therapist, I kind of usually jump into problem solving. She seemed to me to be a little bit resistant and said she just needed to vent. And so I said, of course, you need to vent.
When therapists jump into solving problems, it can make clients feel as though they are not being heard. Mental health professionals are typically trained not to do this until they are well into the therapeutic relationship, after rapport has been established. So there's a question as to why this therapist jumped into problem solving as she stays here.
And I really like to help people
I'm probably going to put a super long one on and just pass out, dude. That's probably what's going to happen, boys.
to solve their problems.
I'll try to stay
that's
awake.
Kind of
I'm
how we
fried.
ended our conversation with
QNZ, thank you.
I'll check in with you in a few weeks and see how things are going.
This applies to interrogation techniques as well. Suspects respond more positively when they feel the investigator is listening, understanding, and empathizing with them.
Nothing new.
That is why they learn how to effectively employ active listening skills as part of their training.
No, I'm going to run another one after this. I'll run another video after this. Oh, God.
Oh, I think we wanted. Oh, just fine.
The second investigator immediately starts reviewing her text messages. This is probably message passing to help her direct further questioning while Ellen eats her food.
Are you doing okay? I don't really know how I feel right now.
Okay.
I just kind of feel empty. My whole life is like a bottomless pit. Never really fulfilled.
Okay.
I take that
Feelings
from
of
that
emptiness.
detective. Give
This
me
is
that
an additional
bitch.
symptom of mental illness
That
common to
fucking
disorders
slamming on
we
the
have mentioned
ground.
previously. We can by no means unequivocally assert that Ellen suffers from mental illness, but from what we've observed and from accounts of old friends, we can reasonably question whether some level of psychopathology is present. Alternatively, it's possible remorse is catching up to her.
Wanna talk? Yeah. Gavin is being 100% honest right now, and you are not.
I told you everything
So,
I know.
This
we
shit
need to talk
fake?
about the conversation that
Are
you
you
and Gavin
retarded?
have had regarding your dad.
And I had angered feelings towards them.
Mm-hmm. And?
What's up, Z Dory?
Classic
What's up,
Reed
dude?
technique starts here with maximization. She told
Z
Ellen
dot?
she would no longer put up with her lies earlier in the interrogation, but she's more blatantly authoritative and stern with Ellen here.
Guys, buy
Attempts at
ashtrays.
building rapport have failed, so it seems as though the investigative team has decided that Detective Smith should take a different approach.
And what?
They came over this morning, about 2:30. Gavin was in your room, and your dad woke up. Is that right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell me that?
Mm-hmm.
You told me your dad woke up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I missed that part.
Fuck my
Even when
ashtray.
backed
Come
into
on,
a
dude.
corner without a way out, Ellen clings to her lies.
I told you that my dad woke up.
Detective Smith is attempting to break through Ellen's resistance. She needs Ellen to admit to lying.
So you have told me this whole time Gavin never came in your house.
No, I never said that he didn't go in my house.
So Gavin was in the house. And tell me about the conversation that you and Gavin had when your dad went back to sleep. Were you saying things like, I want him dead? I don't want him around anymore?
I don't want to be around my dad anymore.
Mm-hmm. I want him out?
Of my life.
Okay. Well, when you tell Gavin, I want him dead, those are pretty specific words.
Don't you lie to me!
Although it takes a second for her to recast her statement in more innocent tones, she demonstrates a high degree of mental acuity and agility with the ongoing word games.
You kind of have been playing games with me. You know darn good and well what was going to happen today. What happened?
Where would you like me to start?
I want you to start with the truth.
Sorry.
Dude, my botchers are stiff after tonight.
What kind of conversations have you and Gavin had about this? What words were you using?
The nature of the conversation will determine and help prove the existence of a conspiracy. For conspiracy, there must be an agreement among participants, and this will be crucial to proving this charge.
I was using.
Yeah, like stiff, like they're not moving.
Such as?
I hate the way I am being treated. Very anger-ridden words.
Aside from you telling Gavin you want your dad dead, he said you're actually the one that got the keys out of the living room. Is there a reason you're lying about so much?
No.
Ellen does not deny any of Detective Smith's accusations. This is the beginning of the truth.
Stomach's
Where did the
fucked.
keys come from?
The living room.
Who got the keys?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Why did you get the keys?
To pull the car around.
Why are you lying to me? Why are you putting all this on Mike?
Oh, lovely.
Because it was
Yeah, I'm
his original
fucked.
plan to take out my father.
Gavin is
also the
not
goat.
saying that. In fact, he used, I believe, those exact same words. Taken out. From you.
My original plan was to run away, and then Mike got involved. About the possibility of doing that,
Of doing what?
taking out my dad,
And what does that mean to you?
killing him.
Then what?
And then we started talking more about it,
What were you texting Mike?
essentially what you just said.
No, I want to hear from you.
It's self-incrimination time, and this is why the Miranda rights state
Self-incrimination
anything you
time.
say can and will be used against you.
To have him get drunk, and then he would come in and take him out.
And at what point did Gavin get involved?
It's self-incrimination time.
Mm-hmm.
We all agree that Ellie was 100% at fault.
Maybe Ellie had him wrapped around his finger and kind of manipulated him in a way to do it.
Spindly pick, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted, bro. Another 5. Let's go. Getting near 6K, 40K, boys.
Tell me how you forced Gavin into this.
I pressured him. He said, "Can you help us out?" He said, "I don't know. I really don't want to get involved with that." But I kept. Mike started being more adamant about it too.
I want to hear your part. Because I feel like you're really minimizing your part in this.
Oh, yeah, Mike, that psychopath. Gollum in the other room. That Lord of the Rings nut job.
And then I
Yeah,
texted
okay.
him about it, and he brought up this whole thing about taking out my dad.
And you thought that was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We really do need 40K.
But he kept saying, "Let's do it." So I agreed, and we started planning.
And then what happened?
And then
4 cats be out. Thanks to follow. What's
we
up?
did it.
So, do you check to see if your dad's asleep?
Mm-hmm.
And was he?
Yes, he was.
What's the very next thing that happens?
Then Gavin comes in.
And what do you say to Gavin?
I said, "I'm ready when you are.
Okay, what did you mean by that?
When you do this, we're in it together."
What did you mean when you said, when you do this?
Can I react harder?
So
I've been
what
reacting the whole
conversations were
time, you
guys
fucking
having
retard.
leading up until that point?
Fanner, shut the fuck up.
We were in love. We would get married. Teenage planning a wedding.
Fanner, you look like the cartoon version. You look like the real life version of the dude Doug. Face ass. You literally look like that dude.
Well, I was angry because
Yeah,
I was
man,
seeing
for
it there
sure,
earlier
dude. It didn't
today.
seem like your parents were gonna get divorced, but they sure as
I
shit
know it's
did.
there, and if it's there, I'm going to be really upset.
And so then you go look for the bat, and you find it by the door, and what's your dad doing at that point?
He's asleep.
Can you actually see him?
Mm-hmm.
How did you feel about that?
I thought I needed to get the bat and I needed to get out.
Okay, so then what's the very next thing that happens?
Then he tries, but he hit something in the hallway, so he ran back in the room and
Sucking that I can't.
in the bathroom.
Sorry, brother.
Okay. So then do you guys kind of regroup and have a conversation about what to do next?
Yeah, we were gonna wait for him to fall asleep, and
If you
I would be
Oreo
able to
hose, I would never do that. We're just having a good time in here. We joke around a lot.
unlock the front door and have.
I look like Jim Carrey off Dumb and Dumber. The fuck out of here.
Did you help at all?
No, I did help try to clean up a little bit in the inside though.
What did you do?
You look like a fucking. You and Mike's look like a grown-up Chucky doll or some shit. Y'all look hideous.
And tell me, what is the
You
first
look like a
thing somebody
retard
says when you get in
mannequin.
the car?
Can't believe we actually did that.
Who said that?
Mike.
Okay.
And then I said the same thing.
How'd you guys feel?
We were all kind of on an adrenaline rush.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen's word choice of adrenaline rush, usually used when describing positive experiences, as opposed to something more like
Guff
shocked
J, thanks
or
for following.
horrified, is telling.
You had adrenaline rush?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a girl?
And how were you
Oh, you
showing
like
that?
getting yelled at? Whoa.
I was
Oh,
actually
shit.
pretty calm, but I felt pretty, like, kind of explosive inside.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen has been guarded, lying
fucking
throughout the
bitch,
interrogation.
stuck and lit.
We might expect that she would, in the very least, attempt to feign sadness or distress. The way she describes how she feels here, explosive inside, comes off as though this was a thrilling experience
Same.
for her.
Did I not
And
look at a
again,
picture?
I mean, it's kind
No.
of not the biggest deal in the world, but Gavin is
I came
saying
from
that
Stranger
you
Things.
really threw that bat. Like, you threw
I
that
did.
bat hard. Okay. Thank you for being honest.
Exploding
What
inside.
did you kick with your leg?
I didn't kick anything with my leg.
Okay. You
What
It
up,
just
Katos?
rigged my
Respectively,
leg.
it's called,
Ooh, okay. Thank you for being
I
honest.
don't know, dude.
Detective Smith continues thanking Ellen for being
The
honest.
craziest interview
This
I've
is
ever seen.
reinforcing the bond
Hopefully
between
that made
them
you happy.
in order to keep the truth coming.
What did you talk to your sisters about?
About how I said I'd be leaving and I would come back to see them.
Okay. I mean, how does that make you feel having that conversation with your two little sisters?
It hurt to leave them, but I felt like I was going to a better place.
Did they hear anything?
Probably.
What did you guys think was going to happen?
We thought that if we lay low and we just kept ourselves locked in the house, we wouldn't be found out, since nobody knew where he lived.
Since no one knew where
Gavin lived.
Gavin lived?
What?
Hi. Oh, here to relieve
It's the
you?
most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life.
This is Detective Brown.
Are you fucking serious? What?
Okay, okay. You sure you're okay? You have enough to eat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You piece of
Yeah.
shit, Banner.
Some fries, but then I got nauseous. I will only eat about 20 types of food.
Okay. So,
What?
20 things. That's not a ton. Name some of them. French fries?
Yeah, French fries, top ramen, quesadillas, pancakes, waffles.
Hi. Hi. You're out. Okay. And Detective Smith will be right back in.
So, let's see.
You look like
Are
a
you
complete
recording
retard
in
whose dad can kick your ass and while the floor with your dumb ass.
Fuck out of here. Thanks for your $5. Now you're broke.
Detective Smith begins to ask the same questions that she did at the beginning of the interrogation. Ellen answers truthfully this time.
Oh, goodness. Oh, okay.
I can't get it out.
Where do you think that came from?
Dirt somewhere.
Yeah.
You want my mugshot merch? I'm gonna give you guys one better. I'm just gonna be just half naked on a beach, just flexing and posing,
that is actually
smoking
not a
weed
decision
on
I
one
made.
side, just laying there shredded with no shirt on like
You
this on the
would.
other side.
Tell me about why you'd like to be tried as an adult.
Because this is what
Just
I've
with a
done. and
huge boner, just sitting like this.
Okay.
It's unclear where this self-deprecation comes from, if it's genuine or concocted for
Sign my
purposes of
mugshot
seeming
show?
remorseful.
What?
Are you and Gavin like boyfriend girlfriend now?
Mhm.
Do you guys like have like a relationship too?
No.
I'm not broke, you
He's a-
complete
he's a
fucking
legal adult,
retard.
and I'm a minor.
Oh, that was you that donated that? Ooh.
Even aware of the consequences and aware that Gavin has told everything to investigators, Ellen attempts to protect him.
Are you having sex with anybody?
No,
Okay.
but like I said, I don't really know what my dad's done to me.
Well, you would know that. One of the things I heard was that when you guys went to Walmart, you actually bought a pregnancy test.
I had concerns.
But
I had concerns.
by Gavin's baby.
Hmm?
Gavin thinks it's his baby.
Hmm. When did that happen? Will I get to see Gavin again? If I do have a kid, then I want him to be involved. I feel like they should have the right to that.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I probably don't have the answer to that right now.
That's okay. It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah. What do your sisters like to do?
Play with dolls.
Yeah. Are their mom and dad the same as yours?
Yeah, but I have some suspicions that the youngest child isn't really my dad's.
Hmm.
You know the whole thing about blood types and how they work, how for an O to be born, both parents have to be O's because they're recessive.
Okay.
My dad is a B.
So what's that mean? It's not your dad?
That's what I thought. What's gonna happen to all the food that we bought?
This is an odd question. While Ellen seems to understand the gravity of her situation, it's as if she's trying to distract herself from thinking about her predicament.
How do you feel about what happened to your dad today?
I feel bad.
I'm fucking faded as
Do
fuck,
you
bro. I
like
don't
to
tell
walk
you.
the choir and go places?
Yeah, I got a solo last year. It's the scariest experience of my life.
I bet it was.
No one came to my concert. Nobody comes to my concerts from my family.
Yeah. Did your dad work?
No, he just chooses not to come because he doesn't really care.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wonder what would have been different if you would have told somebody.
Me too.
You need anything?
Water.
Okay.
Ellen is taken from the interrogation room in handcuffs. We might be left with questions as to whether she suffered from something that could have influenced the behavior that led to her father's murder, or whether the abuse she described truly occurred. Ellen stood up in front of a courtroom at her sentencing hearing and claimed that she copes with post-traumatic stress disorder resulting from the abuse she experienced, suffering from horrendous flashbacks. She had no words of remorse for conspiring to murder Aaron. Rather, she shared that she had accepted Jesus Christ as her Savior. In addition to thanking her legal team and youth ministry, she looked across the courtroom at her mother and grandmother and thanked them for their support through tears before reading the quote, "Even when the world throws its worst and turns its back, there is still always hope." In 2019, Ellen Fryer was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy to commit a Class A felony and sentenced to 25 years in prison.
That's it?
Spending 10 of those years in a juvenile correctional facility. Russell was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and attempt to commit a Class A felony. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison.
What?
Gavin was convicted of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with physical evidence, and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
So they'll all get out. Wow, what state is this in? Apparently they have the least amount of laws of all time fucking ever. God. Well, guys, don't kill him.
Alright, this is where we're at.
Don't murder someone here. You're going to be going away for 5 to 7 years. God damn, King Von might have had an outdate if they didn't catch his ass slipping.
What is the address to your emergency?
7 Street Laundromat.
What is it?
4th Street Laundromat.
What's the problem?
I've been abducted.
Who abducted you?
John Green.
You said John Green?
Sean Great.
Where's he at now?
Asleep.
Where's he sleeping at? In what bedroom?
There's 2 houses right by the laundry street. And it's in one of those houses.
Jesus
You're at
Christ.
the laundromat?
No, I'm in the bedroom with them.
What color's the house? Is it across? If I'm looking at the laundromat, which way is it?
If you're looking in the laundromat, it's the one on the left of the 2.
You don't know what color the house is?
No. Please hurry.
Does he have a car?
No. Well, Lisa done.
God damn, you want his astrology sign? Fucking help me, bitch. I'm dying. I'm kidnapped.
Can you think it's a yellow house?
I think so, but it's on the left.
An apartment?
No, it's a house.
Okay, does he own the house?
No, he
Like, what the fuck?
Does anybody actually live there?
I think they've been abandoned.
And his name is Sean Great?
Yes.
Like Grate?
Yes.
No, as in Greate. Like, I'm doing great. Like, I would greatly appreciate it if you got these fucking motherfuckers here.
It's around 6 a.m. on
Wow, this is my birthday, September 6th. This is recent.
September 13th, 2016, and the woman is calling from Ashland, Ohio.
This is right when Lil Uzi was popping off on SoundCloud, by the way.
Because of the nature of the crimes she endured, her identity is being kept private, and we will refer to her only as Jane Doe.
Does he have a weapon?
He's got a taser.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was before that. I'm wrong.
What does he look like? Is he a white male or a black male?
White.
Is he like 6 foot or is he shorter than that?
He's like 6'1", 6'2".
Do you know how much he weighs?
2016 was a terrible year for music, man.
75.
Are you injured?
Little.
What color's his hair?
Ah, damn. How many times did he fuck you? Where's every orifice in your body? Name, what's the capital of Maine? Name 4 of the countries that were involved in World War II. Name every world leader in the prehistoric era. Name 3 religions at the top of your head. Name all 4 states where the terrorists attacked during September 11th. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this? Am I in jeopardy? Where the fuck are the paramedics?
Do you know what color his eyes are? What's he wearing?
What's he wearing? Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Nothing right now.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Is he still sleeping?
No, they are coming. You're right. No, I know, guys. I know, guys. I'm kind of joking here. I know they're already on the way.
I mean, I was walking with him.
You were walking with him?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you walking to?
I've known him for like a month and a half.
Is there any way you can get out of the building?
I don't know without waking him, and I'm scared.
Is there a bathroom in the house?
Well, his bedroom is closed, and he made it so it would make noise.
And if you told him you had to go to the bathroom, he would do something to you?
Yeah, because he had me tied up.
Are you tied up now?
Well, yeah, but I kind of freed myself.
Is he in the same room with you?
Yes.
Is it his phone you have?
Yes. Are they on the way?
We have officers we're sending.
He's enough. Hey, if you're worried, you don't have to talk. You can just set the phone down, okay? I just need to hear if the officer's find you or not. Are you upstairs or are you downstairs? We're downstairs. There's a door. There's a side door on the right of the last house, and that's where we enter. Immediately there's a kitchen right there, and then the bedroom is right off from the kitchen. Do you need an ambulance?
No! No, could you guys drop me off a McDonald's Happy Meal instead? What was that serious?
Are you bleeding from anywhere? Not anymore. Where were you bleeding from? You don't have to talk if you don't need to, okay?
For 7 minutes, the terrified victim has struggled to keep quiet, her abductor sleeping just feet away. But suddenly, something goes wrong.
Do you know where he lives? No. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I woke him up. Just set the phone down.
This is crazy, though.
Are you still there? What? Do you hear any officers outside? Okay, they're in the area. See if they can come in the side door slow, like, is there a padlock on the bedroom door, or is it just a regular lock? No, I don't even know if it's locked. I have a knob, so. Are you laying down? No, I'm standing right by the bedroom door.
Open that bitch and
Open
run.
it? What? Can you open it? I'm afraid without making noise. Is the door to the house open? I don't know, probably.
God damn. Where are they at, man? This motherfucker gonna kill me, man. How much longer y'all need, man? I did not live in America for this kind of service. What the fuck is going on, man? Y'all gonna get me smoked.
I don't think he has a key, I'm not sure. Because I think he broke in here. Can you see out any window that you're at? They're all curtains shut. If you think you can get out, you need to get out. Unless they were right here. He would hear me, catch me, and he's strong.
Finally, the woman hears officers approaching her location and warily makes her way out of the bedroom.
Okay, I can hear him. Do you hear him? Okay, do you think you can get out?
Zago, thanks for following, man.
Are you out of the bedroom? Yes. It doesn't have a doorknob. You need to push. The door doesn't have a doorknob? No. He said push the door. Just push it. Can you hear anybody right now? I heard the side door open. She heard the side door open. Where'd they go? door where you can see out? Huh? Can you get out of the house? It's locked. Are you at the door? Yeah, I am. She's at the door. Is there a window there? Yeah, I'm looking out and they tell me to come back. She said, hurry, hurry. She said to hurry up and come back. Can you? Yeah, they can see me if they come to it. The door is locked. No, the bedroom door and no door here. This one is locked.
You're the fucking police! Open the fucking door, man! Fuck!
Get out.
Fuck you mean it's locked? Kick it down, that's what you're here to do.
Rescuers say the traumatized woman was completely nude and frozen from shock when they finally got the door open to save her. Once she snapped out of her fear enough to run outside, officers immediately went in to apprehend her abductor.
Where is he? I'm sleeping. Still sleeping? Yeah. Okay, they have her. He's unarmed. Unarmed? Yeah.
They found 40-year-old Sean Great lying face down on the bed inside a yellowing, abandoned house, surrounded by huge, filthy piles of trash, dirty clothes, and stuffed animals. Police initially believed they were dealing with an open and shut case of abduction and assault, but what the interrogation slowly uncovered will leave you horrified. Sean Great's crimes were far more extensive and even more disturbing than anyone could have ever imagined, and it's all revealed in his interrogations. In a variety of never-before-seen video clips and exclusive audio tapes, Sean will tell his own story. Sean was hastily helped into a pair of shorts, read his rights, and transported to the police division for questioning. And the more investigators learned about the perpetrator's past activities, the more they realized just how extremely lucky this Jane Doe was to have escaped with her life.
Yeah, dude, for sure, 16K. Imagine thinking that, A, I'm a Fortnite streamer, and B, that you didn't try on Twitch and fail miserably, retard. Yeah, for sure, dude. Imagine thinking subbing to me is a bad thing while you fucking failed at 22 followers. Good job, dude. Nice. I have more mods than you have followers. Congrats on failing, and it wasn't even close. I'd be fucking embarrassed if I were you.
Sean enters a small room, sparsely decorated, and enclosed by neutral walls and carpets meant to calm a suspect's mind and limit distractions. Not only does this help both—
Hey, man, I know we were missing some action-packed content on your stream, dude. Let's see why people would sub to you instead. I'm sure you're fucking a better streamer than I am. Nah, that comment right there screams a book that I've read before. Hell no. Let's see here. Projection. Two underscores. Beast mode on. Ultimate pass. Plat card openings. Okay. That's all I needed.
both interrogators and suspects' focus, but it can also make interviewees more relaxed and willing to accept their fate. Aside from a brief look around the room,
retardation on, fucking pussy,
which he takes stock of his surroundings and may have noticed the camera with a brief eye contact. He sits quietly, with his head down, staring at the table, barely moving a muscle.
Dude,
he likely knows
in
he's
time,
being
it's
recorded.
bad.
His hunched-over posture may be a subconscious attempt to make
Useless
himself
ass
small,
dudes,
insignificant, and unnoticed, effectively attempting to hide in plain sight. His hanging head suggests shame. His tapping foot and jittery legs could either signify impatience or anxiety. But watching his body, his respiration appears to remain normal in both depth and pacing.
Rate my Twitch segment.
The interrogator is
Yeah, I
about to
could do
enter,
that.
and you'll notice that right away, Sean doesn't hesitate to make eye contact.
It is in time.
This is an act of curiosity. He's like,
But the thing is, in here, they'll act like they like me, but the second they feel that their moral high ground trumps mine, intense stomach, tummy, bumbling behavior, dude. And in a turn of a dime, they'll turn on me in a second, dude. It's wild.
sizing the men up and immediately starting to create a mental image of them being
So
opponents.
weird, dude. So weird.
The interrogator shows up with a notepad. This is standard, but in reality, all interrogations in the station are usually recorded, meaning that the folios carried by the detectives are generally props, although
Dude,
some
this video
items
has
may
like
be written
20-something
down when
million
pertinent to
views. You know how
establishing
massive it is?
timelines.
This video has got like more views than everything in my whole career, I think. No, minus the TikTok. The TikTok shit's like, I don't know what, but everything else, yeah.
Motive, opportunity, intent, or means.
I'm making Velveeta mac and cheese like that one
Right.
recall was addicted to it.
You are
10 seconds, I'll be right
Sean.
back.
Great.
Shaking hands and asking Sean's name, although he already knows it, is the interrogator taking the first step in building personal rapport. The behavior shows respect instead of animosity. It tells Sean, hey, I just want to talk. Let's have a cordial conversation. However, having a cordial conversation is no easy task when the interrogator's primary motive here is to establish the elements of abduction and sexual assault.
You go by a different name? What's your proper name? Is it Sean? Is your proper name?
The interrogator confirms the suspect's proper name, again to make sure he addresses him in a respectful way.
Well, listen, man, we need to talk about things that happened this morning, because she's pretty shook up, yeah. So, you tell me, where you want to start? I mean, how'd you meet her?
The interrogator has again made conscious efforts to avoid displaying any adversarial indicators, and he has strategically transitioned into the topic at hand by asking Sean where he wants to start and establishing an open-ended discourse. While this type of broad question can sometimes produce a rambling answer, it also tends to unfetter the suspect to say anything they want, which can be very advantageous. Unfortunately, in this case, Sean just asked to go to the bathroom.
They got me right out of bed, and I've been having to pee for a while.
Who got you right out of bed?
The cops and stuff.
Okay.
And I've been sitting in the vehicle. I was wondering if I could use the restroom.
You want to go to the bathroom? Sure, we'll take you to the bathroom real quick. Did they search you?
No, but
Okay. Well, just hold on. Just a second.
actually, I was naked. That's why. I was naked.
Oh, they put the shorts on you?
They put the shorts on me. So that's probably why they did it. So yeah, I've been searched.
Hold on just a second.
Sean's demeanor is already visibly more at ease. He's leaned back with his arms up, yawning, stretching, wiping his eyes, and maintaining an open posture for extended periods of time. The difference compared to his earlier body language is striking. The threat of the unknown has subsided after this amicable first meeting. The interrogator's deliberate work to make him comfortable by not threatening or intimidating has gained him a measure of cooperation and possibly even trust from Sean. Sean returns and sits hunched over again, playing with his hands and placing his head on the table.
All right, where were we? You tell me about how you met.
Crop center.
How long ago?
About 2 months ago.
Okay. What were you doing there to meet her?
They do serve lunch every day, Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I met her there.
The Croc Center is a community service ran by the Salvation Army. Jane Doe met Sean there in late July. The pair would often have lunch, play tennis, and take long walks together, and she eventually grew to think of him as a goofy but kind older brother. Sean had mentioned wanting more than a friendship, but she turned him down, refusing to exchange phone numbers with the man and not letting him inside her apartment because of her strong religious boundaries. Sean says he had
what's
just
up,
gotten to
Abigail?
Ashland when they became friends.
Where are you from?
I got
Came from
weed,
Mansfield.
snacks. Oh. Abigail, thank you for the 4 months. Brush my teeth first. Come on, man. What do you think this is? Brush my teeth. Brushing your teeth is for pussies and liberals.
Okay. Child support issue there. I ran. It's just been a headache.
What, you ran from the court over there? Because you owed money?
The interrogator likely already knows substantial background information on Sean, but he wants to hear it straight from the suspect, starting with how he came to live in the home he was found in.
Whose house is it?
I'm not too sure.
So you just like squatting in there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. I appreciate your honesty. Okay. This is kind of the steps that we need to take here. You know, you're being honest with me now.
Yeah.
Keep up the honesty and everything's going to go all right, okay?
Swamp ass.
Immediately after positively reinforcing Sean's honesty
Fucking
and
shat
reminding him
myself
that
like
it would be
50
beneficial
times.
for him to tell the truth, the interrogator jumps right into the main issue at
Guys,
hand.
Make sure you follow me on
So,
Instagram
how did you
and
end up
Twitter.
today?
Buy some ashtrays, boys, and shit.
Well, we've been talking about marriage and stuff like that. Getting really close.
Okay.
Note the tension in Sean, while the interrogator assumes a very relaxed position. He wants to appear non-threatening, to avoid making Sean nervous and keep him talking. Questions about his relationship with Jane remain open-ended, and the interrogator just lets Sean ramble and talk for the most part, only steering the conversation every now and then to help establish timelines. By getting details from the suspect, the police can develop good evidence to present to a prosecutor.
We both maybe getting cold feet. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I'm for it. Like feel cold feet from her, you know what I mean? Like she'll push me away. Then we get things back all right, and then it's like cold feet in the air. Like,
Smokes God pieces.
so it's like complications again. And so many complications. And then she talked about this guy named Daniel, and I just lost it.
When is she talking about the guy named Daniel?
Luxury. Emo, what's up, Cam? My boy.
That's about 5 years older, like a 5-year past relationship.
That she had?
Yeah, that she's
You'll
like,
pay for the Taco Bell.
I'm gonna wait for
Dude.
Daniel. You know, like she's just gonna like pat, like
No, I didn't
say
brush
all
my
that
teeth.
she's been saying, and then out of the blue, just bring up another guy just to try to make me back away or something. I'm not too sure what she was thinking.
Sean starts to establish his own motive, frustration over cold feet and jealousy over another man. However, his claim that he and Jane have been discussing marriage is completely opposite of her testimony. It makes no sense that such a
It's a bad
conservative and
crime.
cautious woman would jump into that big commitment with a man she'd only known for a handful of weeks. Sean is likely just trying to make their relationship seem more intimate than it really was, perhaps thinking it helps his case in some way.
She's in doubt about marrying me, pretty much.
Okay, but how long have you been with her? Like, today, how long has she been in that house with you?
24 hours.
Okay. Where did you meet her to bring her back to the house?
Her place.
At this point, the interrogator is starting to work the timeline backwards from the crime to how long Jane was with Sean to where Jane came from. By determining how long the two had known each other and that Jane had gone to Sean's place of residence, he's attempting to establish Sean's intent to commit the crime.
So how did you get there? I mean, how do you get there to her apartment? Okay, and then you take her where?
We walked around. And we went back to where I was staying.
Okay.
And just kind of started fooling around a little bit, and then things got carried away.
Explain carried away.
Like, no, don't. You know, I mean, we're not ready for that. We've dealt with that before.
She's saying?
Yeah.
Now, what's she meaning when she's saying that?
At this point, by establishing the existence of the conflict over whether or not the pair wanted to have intercourse, the investigator is starting to work on establishing not only motive, but also the elements of the crime of intercourse under force or threat without the consent of the victim.
Now, what's she meaning when she's saying that?
What?
When she says no, what's she talking about?
Here, the interrogator is clearly trying to establish that Sean knew Jane wasn't consenting by saying no. Watch how quickly Sean catches on to this and avoids using the specific word no.
Oh, she didn't want to say no. She's like, I'll stop it. You know, we don't do this. We don't fool around because we're going away from marriage.
You don't fool around. You're talking intercourse.
Anything.
Anything. Okay. All right.
No kissing or anything. I just, like what I do is just give her a little tap on the back, you know, just the conversations we have, you know, always like, it's nice conversation and stuff.
So did you guys have?
Yeah, we ended up having.
The interrogator has successfully established element 1, intercourse. He's now going to work on element 3, lack of consent.
Against her will?
Well, it ended up she didn't like it, and she's really beating herself up about it. That's the part.
Mm-hmm.
So
it looks like you might have hit her a couple times.
I did because I lost control. I do.
Well, let's explore that. Okay.
But
why did you lose control?
Now he's working on element 2, force or threat. He's gotten Sean to admit that he lost control and hit Jane.
A lot of it's that she'd marry me, she won't marry me. You know, it's like, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of leading me on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I didn't just outright hit her. What made me snap or took me out of my character.
Where'd you hit her?
Her side.
Yeah, she's got a fat lip.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I swear I got that from.
From punching her?
Well, her tooth.
Oh.
Had to have got me.
Okay.
Yeah. Her tooth had to have got me.
Sean has now shown exactly where he hit Jane.
So when did this happen?
About 24 hours ago.
Okay. And you were in the middle of when you punched her?
No, we aren't. With our fight and everything when we made up.
After you punched her?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we talked about honesty earlier. Okay. I mean, she's saying that she didn't want to have sex and that you punched her.
She may not have wanted to have like afterwards.
After what?
After I hit her.
How many times did you have sex?
It ended up being a few times within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The interrogator is about to correct Sean's timeline and confront him with information that counters his story.
Now, she's saying that she's been with you since Sunday. Do you know what today is?
Monday.
Today's Tuesday.
Okay, today's Tuesday.
So if you thought it was
Sunday evening.
Okay, so we're talking over 24 hours under you've been with her, right?
Evening. Yeah, times since I've been asleep.
So you've been with her since Sunday evening?
Yes, Sunday evening.
Okay. Can you tie down a time when you guys got together?
6 o'clock probably in the evening.
Okay. Go straight to the apartment. She's saying you tied her down to a bed. I mean, what's the deal with all the straps on the mattresses?
I did tie her down. I abducted her.
You abducted her?
Yes.
Explain that.
For all this time that he's been trying to play it cool, Sean breaks a little here, using the harsh word abduct to describe his actions, like he realizes that it's no use to keep up the charade. The interrogator remains calm and proceeds with more open-ended questions like, explain that. To just let the suspect open up and provide all the facts and evidence the interrogator needs to establish the occurrence of the crime. In reality, Jane says she had agreed to come to Sean's place because he said he had clothes to give her. Once there, she sat reading passages from the Bible while Sean went to the kitchen of the home. But when he came back, his demeanor had completely changed. He snatched the Bible away from her and said, "You're not going anywhere." She tried to kick, punch, and push him away, but says everything she did, he did so much harder. She kept fighting until Sean began to choke her, and that's when she says she knew she couldn't escape. This was only the beginning of the horrible torment Sean would inflict upon her. A sexual assault expert would later explain that the details of this case reminded her of a duality commonly seen in abusers using the Jekyll and Hyde model. On the outside, on any given day, she says, abusers often seem like people you wouldn't be threatened by at all. But there's this persona that comes out from time to time, and usually towards the person that they want to see it.
Our game's trying to get down to if she's going to marry me or not.
So you just held her there because you wanted to find out if she was going to marry you?
A lot of questions and stuff, and yeah, it's very nightmare. Couldn't imagine her.
You just wanted to make sure she didn't get away because you wanted her?
No.
What? Explain.
Just wanted her to relax, spend some time with me.
Well, it's kind of hard for somebody to relax if you're tying them down, don't you think?
Yeah.
Sean has now admitted to holding Jane there, tying her down, and eventually untying her. But when called out on how bizarre his reasoning is for this, he appears to smile or laugh just a little before quickly turning his face away from the interrogator.
So how long was she tied down?
Not long.
How'd she get out? Or out from the ties?
I untied her. Except for like last night, I tied her legs down just a little bit.
So you've tied her down at least twice?
Yeah, just kind of like just to slow her down because she's moving around a lot. Like, just relax. I'm going to take you home here.
Jane says Sean actually tied her up at least 3 times in weird positions or to the bed. He was even so despicable as to shave a heart into her pubic hair. A restraint was placed around her neck at one time, and she was threatened not to move or she'd strangle herself.
Well, how many times did you have sex with her when you tied her down?
I never had with her tied down.
Now, she's telling us something different. I mean,
she was never tied down, though, when I had sex with her.
The investigator goes on to ask Sean how he got in the abandoned home in the first place, establishing facts for breaking and entering, which is likely another charge that the DA will add to the criminal case. But Sean suddenly changes the topic to interject with this repeated denial.
I didn't have sex with her tied up. So.
Okay, well that's,
I mean, just,
I'm glad you're telling me, but you still did. I mean, you told me you abducted her. What does that mean to you?
I mean, I care about her.
Abducting somebody means that you care about her?
Yeah, in this situation.
Sean starts to stretch, acting oddly relaxed. Likely, the interrogator's own relaxed nature is being imprinted on Sean. It's also possible that at this point, Sean realizes he has no way to defend his actions and is slowly starting to accept the severity of the crime.
Get her out of her apartment.
Why do you have to get her out of her apartment?
She needs to stay in it, hide.
Does she live with anybody?
She stays in and hides. Behind the Bible all the time.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ died for our sins.
Sean speaks with a lowered head while addressing religion and sin. This may be an indicator of remorse, but without other body language to go off of, I'd say it's more likely a lie. Sean being strangely judgmental of people and thinking he knows what is best for them is a common thread that will come up again many times. Here he is starting to reveal his true colors.
So she's pretty religious? How many times do you think he has with her?
To her, it may seem like a lot, but it lasted a long time.
It gets a bit graphic as the interrogator asks about the specifics of the encounters, such as if protection was used and where seminal fluid would be found. He is looking for information on where to locate additional evidence or trying to see if the suspect, victim, and crime scene all line up. Sean's body language noticeably tightens up during this discussion.
Okay. Okay.
It's interesting how Sean walks back his story now. Before he claimed they had intercourse multiple times, now it seems he's making it out to be only once.
How many times did you have?
It ended up being a few times within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Now the interrogator is going to start prying into who else in the area Sean knows. He's fishing for a specific person, and it is obvious by how many times Sean dodges the question that he doesn't want to give a straight answer.
Who else do you know from the apartment complex that lives in?
Just her. Pretty much.
Pretty much. Who else do you know?
That John guy.
How many of his friends do you know?
Met just one the other day.
Who's that?
After letting Sean ramble for a while, the interrogator comes right out with what he's really asking.
Now, the patrol guys are saying you know an Elizabeth?
Elizabeth. Met her one time outside. I guess I did her. Well, I talked to a few people out there, but that was just like a moment. Played some badminton. I was playing badminton, and Elizabeth come outside, talk to us.
Describe Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, she had like blonde hair, big blonde hair, big girl.
Okay. Do you know her last name?
No.
Griffith? Sound familiar?
Elizabeth Griffith, a 29-year-old local woman, went missing. Friends say Elizabeth was outgoing and friendly, spending much of her time at church or the Croc Center. She was happy, always singing wherever she went, and a compassionate person you could count on to lend a helping hand. But Elizabeth suffered from mental health problems, and a therapist who oversaw her day-to-day needs says she suffered from paranoid schizophrenia with mania. She would call a community mental health line about every other night, as she would frequently have both auditory and visual hallucinations. At one point, it even escalated to the point that she put kerosene on her head and set her hair on fire. Elizabeth clearly needed frequent and regular help, and the counselors knew her well, but one day, she started missing appointments. She last called in on August 15th. On September 7th, her apartment was checked out by her therapist and a caseworker, and she was nowhere to be found. But her therapist knew her habits like the back of her hand and felt in her gut something was very wrong.
When did you see her? When did you meet her?
Oh, she's been probably 2 months ago when I first seen her, talking to her at the yard, playing badminton.
Mm-hmm.
And then we played badminton again, and then I just seen her come in and talk to the neighbors.
Did you ever hook up with her? Did you ever try to?
Knowing Sean's motive in Jane's case, the interrogator pointedly asks Sean questions to gauge if he had a physical interest in Elizabeth.
No, not like that.
Not like that. How?
Oh, I don't see her like that, hooking up with her.
How do you see her?
Just trying to find her way.
I don't know. What do you mean?
I mean, just trying to, I don't know. She talked constantly, just for like the 5 minutes while I was playing badminton.
What'd she talk about?
The mental hospital and stuff that she dealing with.
Yeah, she had some issues. She's missing.
That's what I heard.
Sean has admitted he was aware of Elizabeth's disappearance. The interrogator is now setting aside the case with Jane and digging for more information on a possible additional crime related to Sean. The interrogator wants to know why and how Sean was already aware Elizabeth was missing. He sees a hole in Sean's story and presses a little more.
How'd you hear that?
Through Tracy at the Croc Center. Tracy.
Mm-hmm. Told you that?
Yeah, and her friend that we met the other day.
Who's the friend?
I think her name is Susan.
What did say about Elizabeth?
She just don't know.
Don't know what?
She's thinking that she was at the mental hospital somewhere.
Mm. Well, usually if that's the case, we can find that out pretty easy. So I mean, yeah, we don't think she's at a mental hospital. If you know where she's at, or if you've had any contact with her, you know, just keeping along the same lines of being honest, this is when you need to tell me.
Yeah.
So when was the last time you had contact with her?
I had no contact with her.
Because it kind of makes me wonder if, since you've talked about her and you've talked about her, if you haven't seen her since she's been missing.
Further searching had only confirmed that Elizabeth was in trouble, as asking around the community revealed that nobody had seen her for weeks. And one woman who says Elizabeth was like a younger sister to her shared that the woman had been in a real giddy mood, but anxious, like she really needed to talk about something. Her friend assumed she'd met somebody. Elizabeth attempted to contact this woman on August 16th, but unfortunately, the friend wasn't available to pick up the call. After that, Elizabeth vanished. That night at 11 p.m., though, she had also made a call to another number, one belonging to Sean Great. The interrogator carefully but clearly starts the process of accusing Sean of having something to do with the other missing woman.
It kind of makes me wonder if you didn't have something to do with her being missing.
I understand with the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks funny.
Sean looks away and puts his head down for a few moments.
Looks strange.
What is she? I mean, you know what's going on?
No, I really don't. I'm hoping you can help me.
Sean seems suspicious that the police already know what's going on. You'll soon see exactly why this is.
Because if there's any kind of connection, you know, with you and Elizabeth, it's very important that we find Elizabeth, because she's got some psychological issues. She's got some health issues, some medical issues.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, if you were to know where she was, and we could find her, that would go a long way to helping.
Yeah.
You know where she's at?
Wish I could help. I don't know what to say right now.
Well, I mean, you could start by just continuing to be honest. I mean, you know, you told me that you considered yourself that you abducted. Did you abduct Elizabeth the same way?
No. Two different people.
Well, I know they're two different people, but the circumstances are kind of the same.
After the interrogator draws clear parallels between the two women's cases and reminds Sean that he's already admitted that he would and has abducted somebody, he goes quiet and waits to see if Sean will break the uncomfortable silence, perhaps by acknowledging the similarities between the disappearances or offering incriminating information.
So how do you feel about what you did to
Sean wasn't cracking, and so the interrogator tries a different tactic, dropping the topic of Elizabeth completely. This visibly relaxes Sean. However, he now has to directly think about his actions.
What do you think should happen to you?
Just put me in the cell and throw away the key.
Why?
She's able to forgive me.
Well, you know, forgiveness is a big part of religion.
Sean mentions forgiveness, but the interrogator quickly reminds him of religious faith, cueing him to think about doing the right thing.
That's what I'm saying. You know, if you know anything about Elizabeth, then it's a perfect time for us to talk about it, get to the bottom of it, and see what we can salvage.
The interrogator will now share, for at least the second time, that he thinks Sean had something to do with Elizabeth's disappearance.
I think it's very possible you had something to do with Elizabeth.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Sean continues to look away, tense and hunched down when Elizabeth is brought up. He attempts to make himself smaller in these actions, in stark contrast to his wide, at-ease stretches earlier on. This anxious response clearly indicates deception. Whether it's an attempt to withhold information or an indication of guilt remains to be seen.
I'm just gonna chill right now. It's so cold. I don't know. I'm still trying to deal with.
What?
I don't know. I'm confused about Elizabeth.
Sean says he's confused. The interrogator immediately sits back in a more open and less imposing posture. When a suspect claims confusion, it's often an indicator that they either are having problems maintaining a lie or that they are about to expose their own lie. By creating a more open environment, the interrogator subtly provides a space for Sean to also open up.
Well, I don't want to confuse you. Let's deal with it and put that to bed then, and then we'll move on. So what do you want to talk about with still?
Just wondering what was going to go on. You know, I know. I'm just glad that she's okay.
Yeah, she's okay. I mean, she's mentally, she's a little messed up. Physically, she's injured. I mean, you've got the cut on your hand where you punched her. Well, she's got some bruises on her arms too. Where did you tie these straps to her arms, to her body?
Maybe then.
Where at? Point to your body where you tied the straps.
Well, I did this arm up through here, right?
You put her arm under there?
Yeah, I put her arm under her leg.
Mm-hmm.
And then tied on her wrist to here.
At this point, the interrogator is building the story against Sean, asking about her physical injuries and specifically probing into the means and the methods Sean used to restrain Jane. Sean says he used a scarf and maybe a shirt to tie her down.
So you tie her arm under her leg. Why that position?
One tie, she's unable to move.
Is she tied down to the mattress from the other side?
No, not until I had to leave.
So you left at some point. When was that?
About 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
A.M. or P.M.?
P.M.
On Sunday or Monday?
Monday.
So when you left, you tied her down to the mattress. Why?
You'll notice that as the topic stays on Jane, Sean keeps his eye mostly on the interrogator. He's already on the hook for her case, so he has nothing left to hide at this point.
Just for cigarettes. I just left for cigarettes. I came back and untied her.
But why did you tie her when you left?
So she wouldn't leave.
So she couldn't leave?
Yeah.
So what cigarettes did you smoke when you went to Monday night to Duke?
Marlboro Black 100s.
You bought the Marlboro Black 100s?
The interrogator asks Sean his choice of cigarettes. Discarded butts can link a suspect to a crime scene and also establish DNA matches.
So when you come back, you untie her from the bed, but you keep her arm tied under her leg?
Mm-mm. No.
Well,
I untied her ball.
When she gets there Sunday evening, at what point do you initially tie her up when she wants to leave? At what point does she want to leave and you tie her up?
I I didn't tie her up at all. She just sat there with me.
On Sunday. Okay. But at some point, you said she wanted to leave, and you had to stop her from leaving. When did that happen?
Yeah, but I didn't tie her up. I just held her and asked her to hold, just for us to hold each other.
Held her? What? Describe the hold.
Just lay down and hold each other.
Just you mean hold her down on the mattress?
Chest right on my. She put her head on my chest and laid there. I mean, she might have probably been unwilling to do that.
Why would
she? Just wanted to hold her.
Okay, you wanted to hold her, but she didn't want to be held. Is that what you're saying?
She wanted to be held.
But no, that's not what you just said. You said
but
that
she couldn't let it happen because she wanted it.
You think she wanted it?
The interrogator is reestablishing that Sean used force against Jane, but also poking holes in his timeline in order to clear up what happened and when. However, you'll notice that his tone is getting increasingly combative the longer Sean refuses to be forthcoming. This may be a deliberate tactic that he's employing, since being nice hasn't pulled much out of Sean, or it may just be his genuine frustration showing through at Sean's attempts to justify what he did to Jane. Either way, it's going to backfire and make Sean shut down a bit.
She's told you she didn't want it. You admitted earlier she said she didn't want to.
She says it's not right.
Okay, but that's telling you she doesn't want to have it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not right.
But you didn't want to let her go, so you just hold her. When you say hold her, you're hugging her?
Actually, I didn't even do that.
What did you
just sit down?
Well, see, you're kind of all over the board here, dude. I mean, you told me that you held her.
I mean, I never held her or restrained her.
At some point you did.
Well, at that point, at that first initiative.
Okay.
At the very first time. Just stay here, relax. You know, I did joke about abduction, and then it ended up being abducted.
How do you joke about it?
But I should abduct you, keep you up, so you stay with me for a few days.
And then it ended up happening that way. So at what point did you actually have to tie her down when she decided she wanted to leave?
Other than the time when I left, I tied her down.
The interrogator continues to firmly establish that Jane was physically restrained and held against her will. This is where the interrogation footage ends, but we do have audio of the rest of this interview. Sean continues to make far-fetched claims that he planned for Jane to escape all along.
Other than the time when I left, I tied her down just a little bit before last night. And then I fell asleep, which is good. That's the way I planned it. Barely tie her up. I fall asleep. She gets to leave.
So you planned it that way?
Yeah, I wanted her to leave. I knew she was going to leave.
When, this morning?
I knew that she would be able to untie herself. She only had one strap around her legs. That's it.
So how long ago did you plan this?
Just happened.
Okay. But last night when you tied her up, the way you planned it, you explained that.
Yeah, I wanted her to be able to leave. Okay. I already told her, fall asleep, just leave.
Did you think you worried about getting in trouble?
Yes. I have to deal with the consequences.
The interrogator is clearly not buying this story. Jane would later testify that she did have several conversations with Sean where he promised he would let her go soon, but it never happened. What's more, she says she couldn't move at all without him jumping into reaction, that she did not eat anything the entire duration of her entrapment, and that she wasn't even allowed to go to the bathroom without Sean walking her there. With these details in mind, Sean's claims that he intended for Jane to get free are likely a ploy to make him look marginally better. However, the interrogator cuts him off and forces him to look at the fact that his actions indisputably meet the definitions of some very serious crimes, no matter how much he might try to reframe them.
You know, you talked about you abducted her. You've had sex with her against her will, too. Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
What do you call that? And how many times do you think you raped her?
It might not have been after the first time. I don't know if it was under her or after against her will. Or if she was just going with it.
Well, my guess is she wasn't just going with it.
We can already see Sean embodying the signs of a typical abuser. Enthusiastic consent means looking for the presence of a yes. But when Sean speculates that Jane may have just been going with it, it suggests he believes the absence of a no suffices.
So she enjoyed it.
What's that?
So she enjoyed it other times?
No, I don't think.
Because it wasn't against her will. The first time may have been.
The first time may have been against her will?
Well, the first time was, pretty much.
So definitely you're telling me the first time was against her will. Okay, good.
I would say pretty much.
Explain how that happened. Why do you think that was against her will the first time you had sex?
Because she kept saying, no, it's not right, you know what I mean?
And so how did you make it against her will?
I kept talking her into it. And, right, like, touch her belly, like, we were standing up. She's like, I was just trying to give you a hug, you know, I was trying to talk myself into it, like, to get close to her, you know, and I just want to give you a hug, you know, we gotta move beyond this.
Some psychological researchers have argued that sexual assault is not about the enjoyment of the act itself, but more about dominating someone. While it certainly may be a combination of both for Sean, it seems that more than anything, Jane's pure virtue, strict boundaries, and strong aversion to premarital intercourse, unfortunately, felt like a challenge to him. Sean goes on to talk about where he's lived since arriving in town around June or July. He constructed a makeshift fort in the woods, and at one point broke into 2 campers where he stole valuables, and even lived in one while the owners were gone. He broke into a flea market, which is where he stole tasers, along with other property. He also took up residence in a former Hess and Clark building, which was supposed to be vacant, before breaking into the house he was apprehended at, which had electricity but no water. The interrogator asks what friends he's made while in the area, and Sean's response is sickening.
Who do you call friend over here? I don't know if she'd call you a friend at this point.
She still loves me, though. I mean, honestly, she cares for me. She wants the best for me. That's what's bad about this situation more than anything. That
Yeah.
She still cares. She cares about me, though. She don't want nothing to do with me no more, but she cares.
Well, yeah.
You know, that's a good thing. She has a
Yeah.
good heart.
A good heart's a sign of a good Christian.
Yeah.
One of the diagnoses Sean would receive after later testing is personality disorder, which includes many traits, narcissistic being among them. This is likely one underlying cause of Sean's lack of empathy for Jane's suffering and the way he seems to feel entitled to her forgiveness.
You think you've got a good heart?
Confused.
Yeah, I think you are. But you know what? We're all confused at some point, man. And a lot of times you just need a trigger to go forward, to move forward, put things behind you and move forward. And, you know, this could be your trigger. If you realize you've been doing the wrong stuff and doing some things you're not proud of, you know, this is that trigger.
The interrogator puts aside his own feelings about what Sean is saying in order to stay relatively positive, framing Sean's cooperation and honesty about his bad deeds as a sort of opportunity to repent. Now he will try to play off that to get more confession out of Sean.
What else has been going on that you're not proud of?
Sean dodges the question by talking about how he's been struggling to keep a job. He worked briefly at a Save-A-Lot store.
I had to quit. I can only keep a job for so long because eventually the police report's going to come back that I have a job here.
I understand.
I just kept thinking, like, dang, it's probably about time for the police to come here and get me for my warrant.
For your child support warrant? So you don't want to keep a job for 3 weeks because you think the law is going to find you and arrest you on the warrant?
Just a situation, not normally in the past, no.
Sean has 3 kids. He was actually jailed at least once for not paying child support, and reports that he was in and out of jail between roughly 2005 to 2015. He became a drifter who roamed from place to place. Next, Sean says he has been stressed lately, and the interrogator asks him why.
Just trying to get it right.
Well, let me help you get it right.
How are you going to help me get it right?
You tell me. What do you need to get right? And I'll help you.
I could do that through prayer.
Yeah. You can try that way.
It's the only way.
However, if you thought Sean was about to finally crack or express some form of sincere remorse for anything he's done, think again. Here's how he steers the topic.
You could help me if I could have coffee or anything like that.
You need something to drink?
It would be wonderful.
What do you need? What do you want?
Can I have coffee?
I can get
Because
you.
I'm used to caffeine right now.
I can get you coffee. You want anything in the coffee?
Whatever you like.
No, you tell me. You like it black or you want a little cream?
I am a little spoiled.
What's that?
I am a little spoiled. Cream and sugar would be nice.
Little
but
cream and
black
sugar?
is fine with me.
Sean breaks the silence that follows by bringing up Jane again, saying she'll be okay out of nowhere. The interrogator plays along to see what Sean will say.
Well, the good thing about she's here. She got out this morning, because you planned on not tying her tight, right? So she could get away this morning?
Yeah, told her, get away. Okay. Let's go.
So, she's good. We know where she's at. So,
I hit her once. It's good. Even though it might look different. I did accidentally connect it pretty good. I didn't mean to. But
Well,
I was
I don't
after
know.
like she got me.
I don't know if it's an accident.
It wasn't an accident.
You hit her closed fist,
Yeah.
and you got it right on that knuckle. That's where that's what happens. That's the knuckle that you're going to connect with when you throw a punch. I've thrown a few in my time, and that's what happens because that knuckle sticks out there.
Yeah.
You don't make a fist and accidentally punch somebody.
The interrogator is about to perfectly verbalize one of the signature traits of abusers, their tendency to deny or minimize the seriousness of their violence and its effect on the victim. Pay attention also to how Sean tries to paint the narrative that this was an isolated incident, which was out of character for him. It will later become clear that this is very disingenuous.
Never done it before.
Well,
Never hit a woman like that.
well, just don't try to minimize it. You punched her.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, man. Minimizing it, that's good.
Honesty is the best policy at this point.
I agree.
The interrogator cleverly gets his foot in the door by getting Sean to agree that honesty is better than minimizing his actions. Now he'll use this opportunity to pry deeper.
So what else about have you kind of minimized? You want to get off your chest?
I didn't make her do some things.
Like what?
At first, I wasn't too sure. I knew she wasn't for it. But her mind was just always thinking about it all the time. And that's what the problem was.
How do you know her mind was thinking about it?
Because we talk about it a lot. It was a topic every day.
Having
Dealing with it, battle, and just our desires, and we need to hurry up and get married.
Sean is now moving towards victim blaming and placing his own evaluation on what he thinks Jane wanted. One psychologist experienced in working with those convicted of crimes at a state prison has explained that many of them, especially those with antisocial personality, which Sean himself was also diagnosed with, exhibit thinking errors with a tendency to distort reality. This can cause them to interpret an innocent and friendly interaction as a sign of interest. In Sean's case, he really takes these presumptions to the next level.
So what did you make her do that she didn't want to do?
Well, I went by her lustful desires. Shared something wonderful with her.
Now the interrogator starts to get into the graphic specifics of the assault. I won't play much for you, but there are a few things that Sean says that stand out as particularly bold and insensitive. Keep in mind that Jane has stated she was sexually assaulted in every way imaginable.
So explain to me what you did to her that she didn't want to do.
Here the interrogator asks Sean to tell him step by step how he forced Jane to perform these acts. This proves to be a huge obstacle for Sean, as almost a minute of silence goes by before he can muster up any words.
I just told her to. She didn't want to at first. Just do it. We're already gone this far.
So where did this happen at?
A bit.
Was she tied down?
No, I tied her down when I left.
This is the first sign of real emotion we're seeing from Sean's entire interview thus far. It's hard to tell how genuine this slight breakdown is, as he still seems conflicted on whether or not what he did was wrong.
So did you threaten her?
I was trying to think that I threatened her. I don't think I did threaten her.
We're reverting back to the task of concretely establishing the element of force or threat. In a few moments, the interrogator will cut off Sean's denials, which is a common technique.
What'd you say to her to threaten her?
Just told her to do it. I didn't think I had to threaten her. I didn't have to threaten her.
Remember what we talked about minimizing. Tell me what you told her to make her do it. Because you've already said she did it against her will. How did you make her do it against her will? What'd you say to her?
Well, I think I pretty much just grabbed her.
Sean is now prompted to speak on what happened after he assaulted Jane.
And I get all scared and don't know what to do.
And what do you end up doing?
So we think of a plan. I was going to walk her home. Well, first we talked about just turning myself in. I was going to do it.
You were going to turn yourself in. Why?
It's the right thing to do.
So why didn't you?
Because I just knew it'd be it. I just wanted to see her for another day.
Okay. So what happened? How do you keep her there for another day?
Just sit there in the room with her. Most of the time, so later on, I just wanted to go get cigarettes. I needed it. I couldn't just sit there.
So that's when you tied her up?
Yes, that's when I tied her up.
Sean would later reveal that he also took Jane's keys, went to her apartment, and stole some money from her wallet. At this point, the interrogator seems to be feeling he's gotten all he can out of Sean about Jane for the time being. So he's going to transition back to Elizabeth. He knows all the signs are adding up, and now he makes one final big push, using pressure this time, to get Sean to admit he knows something.
So, you know what we're going to do today is, we've got a lot of work to do. We'll go through that house, and we're going to collect some evidence. And what I'm afraid is, one of the places that we go through today, because we'll go through the Hess and Clark building, because you stayed there. We'll look on the railroad tracks, because you stayed there. I'm afraid that we're going to find some evidence related to Elizabeth. And if that's the case, and you haven't talked to me about it and been straight up with me, it's not going to look good.
Elizabeth.
So I want to give you the opportunity, before we dig into that, to be honest with me.
About Elizabeth?
About Elizabeth. So what do you know about her disappearing?
There's almost another full minute of silence. Often interrogators deliberately refrain from breaking these tense and awkward gaps so that the suspect is forced to be the first to speak. But Sean surprisingly just lets it run on without getting too uncomfortable. And the interrogator jumps back in, perhaps reasoning that an innocent person would immediately be able to deny their involvement. and not have to think about their answer this long.
What do you know about her?
She's crazy.
How do you know that?
More silence, and the interrogator keeps prodding Sean to help himself by telling the truth. Then Sean slips up.
You don't know where she is?
No. Where's she at?
This is the second time that Sean has expressed disbelief that law enforcement doesn't already know where Elizabeth is. You're probably wondering why, and so was this interrogator. You see, when officers first apprehended Sean at the abandoned home, they couldn't have known that they were actually stumbling into the lair of a serial killer. In reality, their suspicions about Sean having done something to Elizabeth are correct, and the missing woman is right under the investigators' noses. In the first and most obvious place they look, the very house where Sean had kept Jane captive. Police just hadn't found her yet at the time of this conversation because search warrants were still being drafted. So what we're going to see is the bizarre dynamic of a confused murderer who believes officers must have already found his victim's body and are just stringing him along to see what he'll spill, and an interrogator who genuinely has no idea where Elizabeth is. Sean then starts to say some really eerie but cryptic things about Elizabeth's status.
She's set free. No more problems. She don't have to cry no more.
How'd you set her free?
She jumped on my back.
What happened?
She kept crying to me. Saying how much she hated this world and everything. She wished she just died.
Sean starts to stay quiet for so long in between speaking that you can imagine he's having an internal battle over whether or not to keep fighting or just come clean.
I gave up my life a long time ago. To help people. Do things that they can't do themselves.
How did you help her do something she couldn't do? Did you help her kill herself, Sean?
Well, I try to be encouraging for her. I told her to leave people alone, just not even worry about talking to nobody, just isolate yourself for a little while, and then whoever gets away, you see who your true friends are.
So where's she at, Sean? She's got a lot of family that's worried about her. I'm worried about her. I know you know where she's at.
She makes a lot of people worry about her.
Sean insists he wants to cooperate, but continues to deny he knows where Elizabeth is.
Sean, am I going to find her in one of those places that I told you about? Let's not let it get to that point. I can tell that you know where she's at. You've said you helped her find peace.
Didn't talk to her.
Mm-hmm. When did you talk to her?
She was with us.
When was this?
Maybe a week ago or so.
Where did you talk to her at?
In front of the yard out there, playing badminton. It's just a sad situation.
Elizabeth has been missing for several weeks at this point, since mid-August, so already there's a huge problem with Sean's story that they spoke just 1 week previously. He continues to claim that helping her find peace just meant talking to her and allowing her to clear her mind of her worries and relax. The interrogator reminds him that he's already made it sound like he knows where she is. Sean continues to play dumb, and this is when we see a tactic shift.
Patrol said you've had some dark thoughts lately. What's that about? Did you tell an officer this morning you've had some dark thoughts? Did you tell some people you had some dark thoughts lately?
No.
Have you had dark thoughts?
No.
Thoughts about hurting people or...
No dark thoughts.
Remember what I said earlier, that we're going to go through all those places, man.
That's fine, yeah.
It's fascinating to listen to Sean's feigned confusion as he straight up lies to the interrogator's face.
I thought I figured you already would.
Are we going to find Elizabeth in there? any of those places? Where are we going to find her?
I'm sure you guys already been through her apartment. She's not in there hibernating.
Where do you think she's at?
I don't know. That's what I was like, dang. So I asked, does she have family?
Sean then bizarrely starts pitting Jane and Elizabeth against one another, claiming that Jane dissed Elizabeth and made her feel bad. The interrogator doesn't let him go off on this tangent any longer, though. Instead, he inquires if Sean knows about another unnamed missing woman from the area. Sean rapidly changes the subject to go on a rant about an Amber Alert he'd heard, but the investigator steers him back on topic once again.
Any person that's gone, that's an issue. It's a big issue.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of like what you did to is kind of a big issue.
Big issue, yes, it is.
Elizabeth's a big issue.
Yes. So wait, no, you said someone else?
Mm-hmm. That's a big issue.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
All from the same area that you've been hanging out.
Oh.
All in the same time frame that you've been here. This is what I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, we're going to be looking at a lot of places today. I'm going to be straight up with you. Because I think you're bullshitting me.
That's fine. What's up?
If I link any of these women, these other two women, to you and the places you've been, you're going to have even bigger issues. And this is what I'm saying. This is the opportunity for you to put everything out on the table. I've treated you fairly. Do you agree or not agree?
I agree.
So if you know more about Elizabeth and another woman, please use this opportunity and let's talk about it. Let's find them. Let's get closer for their family. And let's move on.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Closure.
So where's Elizabeth?
I'm not too sure where Elizabeth is.
Do you know what happened to her?
No.
The interrogator attempted to appeal to Sean's emotions by bringing up the fact that the grieving families of the women need closure, but it doesn't appear to sway Sean in the slightest. The investigator finally just instructs Sean to sit alone, drink his coffee, and think hard about if he wants to tell the truth. But as soon as he returns and asks if Sean is ready to come clean about anything, Sean immediately goes back to Jane instead of addressing Elizabeth. He ends up revealing a few more sickening details about how he violated her.
For hours.
For hours?
In a way, but she wasn't saying no.
She says you took some video of her from your cell phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Acted like a video. There might have been a video.
So where's your cell phone?
Filming a video of his victim in the act is likely a way of trophy-taking for Sean, a way for him to relive his crime later on.
So what are you telling her? How are you talking to her?
Be nice.
No, I'm not playing that game.
I mean, I ain't yelling at her.
Well, what are you saying to her?
Actually, I don't say much to her. You know? I know what you're saying. How did I act and how did I boss her around? I mean, I didn't really ask for much. But once we started, you know, she liked it and everything. You know,
I don't really believe that. I think
if I turned myself in, that she would forgive me and possibly marry me.
she told you that? You think maybe she's just telling you that to get you off of her?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. I understand that.
Mm-hmm. She's talking survival mode. You know, she's afraid something's going to happen to her. She's afraid she's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Possibly killed.
Yeah, I understand. Her nerves and everything. Yeah.
So she's just telling you things to get you to let her go.
Yeah, I understand.
She's saying that you were putting pills in her mouth.
Jane testified that Sean forced her to take muscle relaxers. Sean tries to tell the interviewer he actually just gave her energy drink shots because she wanted a boost. Sean admits to duct taping Jane's mouth shut so she wouldn't yell when he tied her up and left the home. He's asked about a stun gun and tries to brush it off as something he got a long time ago. and says he doesn't think it still works, that he just uses it as a flashlight. If this stun gun is the same device that Jane accidentally set off during the 911 call, then this obviously doesn't add up, and the interrogator isn't convinced.
Did you tell her it was a stun gun?
Oh, she already knew what it was.
How'd she know what it was? How'd she know it was a stun gun?
Because I carried it in my pocket in her place.
So you've mentioned it before that it was a stun gun?
Yeah, I showed her how it works. I asked her if she needed one. Needed it.
So you've showed her that it zapped? So it works?
It used to work. I showed her about 2 weeks ago. I don't even know if it works now because a bunch of candle wax is on.
Where'd you get it?
Flea market.
Sean beats around the bush concerning Elizabeth for a few more minutes, and then this conversation comes to a close. The interrogator was successful in getting Sean to admit to non-consensual intercourse with Jane by means of force or threats. Intimidation alone can be sufficient to establish threats of force. Sean's violent behavior, absent the abduction and restraining of Jane, could be sufficient for this element, but the interrogator was able to procure even more: information about specific physical items used to restrain Jane, and elaboration on the story of how Jane was against premarital intercourse, at least with Sean, which builds even more on the concept of there being no consent on Jane's part. However, he was unable to secure a concrete confession concerning Elizabeth. But a little later that morning, Detective Kim Major steps in to try her hand at cracking the suspect. And this is where things get really interesting, because the vast majority of interrogation media we received for this case is between these two. You see, Major took a different approach with Sean.
Date, September 13th, 2016. Time, 10:53 a.m. Detective Major preparing to interview Sean.
She is immediately very kind with Sean, saying it's nice to meet him, asking if he's okay, and getting him coffee.
All right, bud. All right, you're going through a lot, okay? A whole lot. So, I talked to okay, so I want to touch base about a few things. Boy, she's got a beautiful heart, doesn't she? It sounds like she does. Sounds like there was a lot of maybe reading the Bible with her, and it looks like you were trying to find your walk with Christ there. Am I right? Okay. And wow, does she know her stuff when it comes to that, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's on my case all the time, which is good.
Yeah, it is. It is. Here's what I know, okay? I know that sometimes good people do stupid things, and sometimes things kind of just explode. One bad thing kind of turns into another bad thing. So here's the deal, Sean, and I'm Kim. You can just call me Kim, okay? I don't think we can really be defined by a little block of time in our life, all right? We can make mistakes, and we're not going to be defined by that. Sometimes things just happen. Sometimes good people do stupid things.
Major has already separated Sean from his actions, setting a scene where he can still think of himself as a good person who just happened to do a few bad things. Her compassionate tone may seem like such a small thing, but research shows establishing a friendly foundation can be absolutely vital to the success of these interviews. A study done in the mid-2010s interviewed 34 interrogators who had handled international terrorism suspects to find out which strategies were most effective at gaining information. They discovered that disclosure was 14 times more likely to occur early, when a rapport-building approach was used. Confessions were 4 times more likely when interrogators struck a neutral and respectful stance. Neutral and respectful are the perfect words to describe how Major approaches this daunting interrogation.
I appreciate your candidness. I appreciate your openness that you've already been trying to explain some things. It looks like you have a conscience. You have some feelings. I can see that. I saw you tear up when I came in. So.
Yeah, that's rough. When you ask me, I'm going through things. Like, you understand? Like, yeah, I am going through things.
The detective uses positive reinforcement to praise Sean on the behavior she wants him to exhibit more of. Hearing that she sees him as an honest and good-hearted person with a conscience will make him want to live up to that image, even though the detective probably doesn't really hold those opinions of him. Listen as she pries to see if Sean holds any remorse, offering him the perfect chance to say he's sorry.
If you could say something to her, what would you tell her?
Well, I've been telling her that she's hanging in there, she's doing a really good job, don't ever change.
Would you tell her you're sorry?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can see that you're hurting. I can see that. So I can see that you... Go ahead, what are you
I
thinking?
should be hurting more, but I'm just trying to stay strong.
Yeah.
The way Major prompts and comforts Sean feels almost like the way you'd speak to a child. And although he half-heartedly agreed that he was sorry when asked, his next words, a response to being reminded how religious and strict Jane was in her values, shows that in his mind, his actions were still at least somewhat justified.
Yeah, she doesn't do the phones, no exchange of phone numbers. You can't come in her apartment. She's pretty strong on that. Let me ask you this.
It makes me wonder what she's hiding from as well, because her Bible verses all over her walls and everything. But she could just walk in to where I'm staying with no problem. It's okay. It's like I can't go into her place, which is fine and dandy. But it's still, she sees it okay that she could come with me.
Yet Major is determined and continues prodding Sean to see if he himself can realize and admit that his victim was never a willing participant in what happened to her.
When she came in your house, do you think there's any part of her that thought she would have sex with you? That's an honesty question. Do you think she thought she was going to have sex, or do you think she thought she was helping another human? Be honest. For her sake, be honest.
She's torn. A little bit above, probably. I know she does. Maybe not. Because she's already dealt with a lot the past few days of dealing with the loss. And that's a lot of one of the reasons why she said she wanted to marry me, because she was like, I don't want to get married, so she's ready.
Sean goes on to confess that he found Jane more intriguing because of how much she pushed him away. He admits he hit her once and says she flipped out, but then tries to downplay the severity of the strike.
Tapped her.
Well, I don't know if it's a tap. Her mouth's hurt, right? But I think sometimes when things get out of control, sometimes stuff happens like that, right?
Oh, no. Normally it don't get out of control.
The further we dig into Sean's story, the less this statement that things don't normally get out of control holds up. At this point, Major makes an effort to differentiate Sean from the other bad guys she usually speaks with.
When you say that she's torn, when I'm looking at you, I can kind of see in. Now, sometimes I talk to people who you can't see in somebody. They don't have a conscience. When I'm looking at you, you have feelings. You have some feelings, and I can see them.
The interrogator couches her negative statements within a positive build-up to make them more palatable and lessen the chance of Sean going on the defensive.
Here's what I'm seeing with you. One of your strong points is you kind of are a stand-up. Like, you might make mistakes, but you don't want to hold your mistakes inside. In this situation, the whole thing's a mistake. I mean, forcing yourself on somebody to have someone I don't want to is a mistake, right?
But Sean dodges Major's question with a bizarre rant that essentially sounds like he's trying to imply a common thought process of sexual abusers. She was asking for it.
That wasn't the intention. It's like a simple tap. I get like, sorry type of thing.
Yeah.
And they kind of like, oh yeah. It's like, geez, it's okay if she just sits on my lap. I sit down and she just sits on my lap. It's okay, but I can't give her like a pat on the shoulder or anything. The stuff we're talking about. And she went like, hey.
Because she doesn't want the physical piece.
Yeah, on her time.
Major says she's talked with Jane and just wants to make some sense of things.
She kind of told me what you were saying, like, I want to let you go. And I think you guys were putting a bag together for her. But then the fear is, this was actually last night, not this morning, like last night you were talking about letting her go. But then wondering what's going to happen then. Are they going to come for me? They're going to, you know.
Like, it's like nobody wants to go to jail.
The interrogator goes back to emphasizing honesty, letting Sean know that it's still worth it to tell the truth and allow the victim to heal.
How can I take back what I did? You can let her put value on it. You can let her know that, you know what, I did what I did was wrong and it's not your fault. Because really, it's not her fault. And that's where the man up thing is. You're a manly guy. That's the piece of you there's a good piece there. The guy that stands up says, I did what I did, it was wrong. She didn't deserve that. And that I want her to be okay. For her to be able to put value on it, to 100% honesty is there.
Needed though. That's the sad thing.
Needed what?
To get, both of us needed that to get through our lustful desires and...
Needed to have...
In a way, I mean...
Okay, and that's honesty. Don't feel like, hey, if you have a thought like that...
Not so much me. She's just battling all the time. She's battling, like, with the lustful desires, and it's a roadblock.
Studies show that the fear experienced by a victim during the actual assault is immediately replaced by guilt and self-blame, with this effect being the hardest to overcome specifically for women with strict religious backgrounds condemning non-marital relations. This is exactly the sort of person Jane was, and so in addition to looking for more confession out of Sean, Major also wants closure for Jane, in the form of her abuser explicitly saying that he forced and completely took advantage of her against her will. But as we're seeing, Sean can't quite commit to saying he was fully in the wrong here.
Just her dealing with her lustful mind. She has a lustful mind. I mean, honestly, she battles with all the time. Her and her and others, she shelters herself inside because of her lustful mind. And I want to help her with that if any way I can before I actually surrender.
Sean talks a bit about the things that have gone wrong in his life to lead him to this point, and then he starts to break down, which is a huge emotional shift from the unbothered demeanor he's been keeping up.
Sorry you're going through everything. You're still a human. You know what I mean?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter, Sean, it does. And your whole moment might be right now.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
I'm just ready to be put in somewhere until I keep. That's all I want.
Okay. You've given her peace, right? You give her peace by being honest, right? Do you agree with me? I know, because I know what she wanted. She wanted you to be honest so that she can feel like a good girl, because she is one.